Well, hello and welcome. It seems I'm starting the show solo today. It's going to be an exciting discussion, though, nonetheless. I'll have to start with a disclaimer and Namaste, Hari Om, Shanti, Shanti, Shanti Dham. I pray you're all having an absolutely awesome, amazing day, enjoying this wonderful weekend. There's a very powerful effect going to be happening on the Earth, and it affects gravity, it affects magnetism. That is tomorrow. In fact, here in South Africa, I'm at the epicenter of this big blood moon eclipse that's going to be happening. It's a total lunar eclipse. So this is obviously going to affect the ionization of the moon, the Earth, and polarities, polarization, electric fields. So I think this is going to be a very relevant discussion, and I'm looking forward to it. But disclaimer, I'm a layman. I can't claim to be a scientist. So I'm going to stumble along and try and make sense out of this. And I have wonderful Indy Sage here with me. And yeah, without any further ado, let's start getting into it. Well, Indy Sage is a shadow worker primarily, but he's also highly shamanically inspired and very much connected to the spirit of nature. He's an anthropologist, so he's an intellectual and a researcher. And he's dipped his toes and fingers into all sorts of occult puddles, from the Taoist to Western Hermetics. And I'm sure he keeps dipping his fingers and toes into every kind of solution he can find. Being a Virgo, he loves information. Namaste, dear brother. How are you doing? It's an honor to have you on the show as always. Share a few words about yourself if you can.
So glad to be here today. Sorry I'm running a couple minutes late, just getting into the studio. But it should be a great discussion today. I see we don't have Cosmic with us just yet. Is he going to join us today? Do you know?
I'm not sure if Cosmic's going to join us, but I do know that we've got Stein going to join us in a little while. I think cool. Cosmic's a little bit intimidated by the topic. It is an intimidating topic. Let's be fair. None of us are physicists. So we're going to stumble through this. Okay. But yeah, brother. It's lovely to be here with you. Wow, you look like you're on the move, huh? You're also growing your beard nicely there, I see. You're getting that
Yeah, it's coming along. I've just kind of been so busy with work and having fun. I haven't had too much time to trim up like I usually do, but it's feeling good.
Big love. We've got the star and we've got our tuition in the space. Welcome to you guys, and to the other two people that are watching. Namaste. Sending you all big love, big blessings. And we've got Jeremy Fremantle. Big love, big blessings. It's an honor to be here with you guys. I'm going to try not to fall on my face too much. If I do a little, forgive me, I'm human. But I do find this topic really interesting, and I've got a lot of questions about the sort of typical ideas, the typical notions that we're sold. Yeah. So, I mean, without further ado, I suppose we should jump into it. And I didn't mention it in the header, but I think gravity is something also to also consider and look at. Different ways of understanding gravity. And we've been taught to completely separate the ideas of gravity from magnetism and dielectrics. But I wonder, and we'll bring up a couple of issues, or a couple of things that I see that could be issues, which are easily explained away by the theories that are out there and the hypotheses, because some of them are merely hypotheses. With less than concrete evidence, hearsay, if you will. But yeah, I mean, the basic idea is that there are 5 different base types of magnetism. This is the idea that I believe is prominent. I mean, I think there are more, but they're the 5 regular ones. What are they? They're ferromagnetism, they're ferrimagnetism, There's anti-ferromagnetism. There's diamagnetism. And what's the one called that's the opposite of diamagnetism?
There's altered magnetism is a new one. I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
Which one?
Altered magnetism.
Alter. Well, do tell us about that one. I'm really interested to hear about that, because they keep coming up with new ideas.
Yeah, altered magnetism is a magnetism that's not parallel, and so they go in like strange directions. They'll shoot off in ways that's not synonymous to the usual figure eight. So they'll go off in weird, and you can, I guess, just get like more of a chaotic magnetic stream from this altered magnetism, and it helps in a lot of ways. I forget what the advantages are. I think that the advantages are that it has more of a diverse stream, so it doesn't kind of it doesn't bind up in one particular area, so it's got longer endurance and in the long run over time.
Yeah, it's newly defined, identified type of magnetic order in ideal crystals that combines aspects of both ferromagnets and antiferromagnets. Wow. Featuring a collinear spin arrangements with zero net magnetism, but an alternating spatial orientation of magnetic sublattices and resulting spin polarized electronic bands. Unlike traditional ferromagnets, all spins aligned, and antiferromagnets spins perfectly anti-aligned, creating a negating effect on a magnetic field. Altermagnets offer a unique combination of net zero magnetic field and the ability to modulate electrical currents, making them a promising candidate for spintronic and data storage applications. Well, there you go, hey. The world just keeps changing, man. They keep throwing new ones at us. Namaste, dear Howard. How are you doing? Sending you big love. Hope you're well. The other kind of magnetism is paramagnetism. So those are the traditional 5 main types. Yeah.
All right.
And
Peri or para?
No, paramagnetism.
Oh, PARA.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So you've got your ferromagnetism, which is the traditional one that we know, right?
Yeah.
And so it's not really, we've been taught to think of them as different magnetic fields, but I think of them as different substances holding different magnetic qualities that are affected by fields. And the fields, I think, is an extension of electromagnetic field, an EM field. Now, as far as I understand physics and reality, light is electromagnetism, and that there's a very broad spectrum of EM, right? And we're looking at certain effects of certain materials within a certain narrow bandwidth of the EM field. And we are defining the principles as related to that field in absolute terms. But I think my instinct says there's so much more to it. Like when I think about the pyramids, and I think about how they could have used them to generate electrical current with water, which is diamagnetic. So firstly, okay, let's get to the basic definitions here. And I'm not an expert. I should probably get a background Google to help me. But my understanding of ferromagnetism is, maybe you could get us a Google in the background, dear brother, while I'm yammering away. My understanding of ferromagnetism is that you've got these aligned, you've got like a substance, and in that substance, you've got pairs of polarized electrons, atomic alignments, shall we say, and these become easily changed directionally. And so they will readily realign with a field. So if there's an electromagnetic field and the polarity is moving left, right, then all of the atoms and the electrons will all align in a left, right, and they will all face the same direction. And so that's what we know as ferromagnetism. Then, and that's like the most common form of magnetism that we have. Then we have the diamagnetism. Now, diamagnetism is like what water does. It can repel a magnetic field. It can create or react with a force of repulsion. And that is because the pairs aren't necessarily equally matched. And there is a potential for a polarity to react. And that polarity will be in opposition. In other words, opposite direction. So the polarities will be one-sided in terms of polarity. They won't be balanced, producing a charge that repels a magnetic field because of the alignment of the atoms. Then you've got, and that's diamagnetism. Then paramagnetism is basically the exact same thing, but the opposite of it. So something with paramagnetic qualities will attract towards a magnetic field, be attracted by it rather than repelled by it. So technically speaking, if you've got water, you can repel water with a magnetic field if your magnet's strong enough. Namaste, dear hollow bone hawk. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Hope you're well. So water can be repelled by a magnetic field because it's diamagnetic. And I think that the diamagnetism and the dielectricity, I think they work in conduit. This is my gut sense. Because dielectric has got to do with also something that's an insulator, often used as insulators. Then you've got, what have you got? We've got paramagnetism, diamagnetism, ferrous magnetism. Then you've got ferrimagnetism, like spelled very similar, but with an I, ferrimagnetism. Now, the ferrimagnetism, I believe, is something that can become magnetic when it reaches a certain temperature. What is that temperature called? It's got to reach a certain temperature, and at a certain temperature, the certain of the polarities that are actually balanced change, and there becomes an imbalance of polarity, because for a substance to be magnetized, it needs to be pointing one way or the other. Generally speaking, you have these electrons in pairs, and they work like canceling each other out. So you've got to have like one more of the ions of one particular ionic charge to be able to create a field one way or the other way. And so the ferrimagnetism produces this electron jumps or moves when there's a certain threshold temperature. There's a name for this. I did write it down here somewhere. So, okay, ferrimagnetism is the Curie. So it's the temperature is, yes, it's got to hit the Curie temperature point. The Curie temperature point. And then your anti-ferrimagnetism, right, is something that becomes the opposite. It becomes not magnetic when it hits a particular temperature range, which is called the Néel temperature. So these ferrimagnetism is like a little bit complex, and that usually relates to when there are ferrites in a particular substance. And the other ferromagnetism is like iron, nickel, and other substances. For example, the substance that that we've got, which is number 60 on the periodic table, is highly magnetic, extremely highly magnetic, but oxidizes fast, so usually has to be sealed in plastic. So, like, these are the basic 5 traditional ideas of magnetism. And now, obviously, Indy threw something like left field at us, which is a very new. I didn't learn about this in school, so obviously, there's like, I'm a bit of an old goat, and I don't like reading much. I'll be honest. I prefer to read the book of nature and listen to the wind and the leaves. And I read a lot when I was younger. I enjoyed books, but they got to the point where I was like, the more I read books, the less I tend to read nature. And I thought, like, nature is a much more exciting book to read. So so this other ultramagnetism looks really, really interesting. And I see they speak about collinear compensated spins. So there's something similar to antiferromagnets. The magnetic moments of neighboring atoms are oriented anti-parallel to one another, resulting in a zero net magnetic moment for the material. Isn't that interesting? And that basically means it's completely not magnetic. In fact, it will actually stop magnetic fields.
Okay. Yeah, scatter them.
Yeah. So that's like what you would seal. For example, if you've got a high-speed internet cable, they would shield it in these insulating substances that have these particular qualities that can repel magnetic fields so that they don't interfere with your information moving through your high-speed information cable.
Sounds like we're getting somewhere. That reminds me of like UFO technology or something.
It is rather interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
It definitely is interesting.
Magnetic shield.
And yeah, Tall Tree and Howard. Tall Tree, but you don't call yourself Tall Tree, do you? You call yourself Jeremy Fremantle. Is Jeremy Fremantle Tall Tree? Big love, man. So yeah. Now here's where it gets interesting, right? We think of magnetism as being related to metals, right? And not relating to organic compounds. But what about diamagnetism? What about water being diamagnetic? So our bodies are comprised of what? 70% water. So we are 70% diamagnetic. That means that we can repel magnetic fields with the water in our body. And then the minerals, the calcium, the iron, the various different metals in our system can also, I'm sure we have a little trace element of nickel in our bloodstream, and there's an electromagnetic field pulsing through our matrix of our bloodstream. What do we call it? Plasma. Isn't that interesting? What is plasma, Indy? That's a form of matter that doesn't exist, huh?
Yeah, plasma is a couple of things in the anatomy form of plasma. We're talking about like the yellow liquid that holds the heme of the blood, and it's mostly water. I think I would say it's probably about 90% water plasma, and we have a lot of it. And then we also have like cerebral fluid and amniotic fluids and stuff too, which are similar to plasma. But then there's like plasma of like thermodynamics and physics, where we have like the state of matter, that's plasma. And so that's very interesting one. You know, it's like very much like it has elements of a liquid in that it's fluid. It can be very fluid, but it has also elements of a solid in that it's very, it can become well, it has like a very much of a penetrating factor to it, like a solid would. And also it has elements of a gas. So it's kind of transcends all of the different elements of states of matter. And it's usually very hot, and some people consider it to be ether. Others understand it to be the stuff made of stars, or stars made of plasma. And so it's from the plasma that all the different elements are created from the stars, according to astrophysics. But there's different understandings of plasma in mysticism, where it's more associated with the unseen things.
Namaste, dear brother Stein. For those of you probably most of you know Stein. He's the Greyhorn podcast and Stein Fox. He's all over. Namaste, Vincent. Hope you're good. Hope you're thriving well. And Stein is the Jarl of a community of pagans practicing paganism. Shall we say, bringing paganism back? And they're a registered organization, so they've managed to go that route. And he's a researcher and obviously a pagan, meaning a magician. And he's done a lot of interviews, really interesting interviews with a lot of interesting people. So I'm sure he's going to have a lot of interesting tidbits of information. It's an honor to have you. Welcome, dear brother. Namaste. How are you doing? How's your back feeling? He's a martial artist, so he had a bit of a knock on the back earlier this week. Comes with the training.
that it does. On the back of the head, even. So, I actually did get dropped on the back of my head. Just not as a kid. Thank you for having me. As always, glad I could be here. My usual live stream has been postponed till tomorrow, so thought why not. And of course Timmy is here. Hi, Tim. I've done, God, how many shows have I done by now? I recently looked at how many episodes I have uploaded, and I'm up to 181 episodes. Mind you, I did have to cut some of those in two, of course, but I've talked to a lot of interesting guests. The topic of magnetism. I'm not sure if I've ever really spoken about someone with that, but I definitely have questions. I definitely have ideas about it. It's this is gonna be a good show. And indeed, Greyhorn Pagans podcast, youtube.com/@SteinFox, and also co-host on Across the Pond podcast, which does a little bit of everything, really, but mostly within the truther realm, let's say.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, it is. It's UK based, actually, so it saves a lot with the time difference. I do get made fun of because I usually am shirtless on my channel, so I'm always told, okay, if we're recording, keep your shirt on. It's yes.
Right. That's too funny.
Are they just jealous, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Just jealous, dude. You get something out of those dumbbells after all. They're not just for fun.
For sure.
They know what all the British girls. British girls are like. They're wild.
Oh God,
very wild. British women are wild. That's all I want to say. Wild. Hold on.
Plasma. And I got a little bit more detail on the plasma here. While it's
fire away, brother.
shares the property of lacking fixed shape and volume like a gas, but plasma has unique characteristics like its ability to conduct electricity and respond to magnetic fields due to its charged particles. So we have like regular gases are like neutral gases, neutral particles and atoms. And then when we charge those particles, they release electrons and it becomes plasma. And so the charged particles can penetrate and electrify things, and it can carry electrical currents and respond to magnetic fields as well.
Yeah, so when we're talking about this, we're looking at things like ozone, aren't we? And
Yeah,
like the ionosphere.
like lightning.
Isn't that a plasma reaction?
Yeah, lightning is an example of plasma, but we have all these other transluminous events, I believe they're called, and they're called TLEs for short. But there's red lightning like sprites, and then there's the green ghosts. There's the blue lightning that comes up from the clouds that we're seeing. These are all different elements of plasma, which happens when we heat and charge these neutral gases, and then they lose electrons. So that's probably what we're seeing is the loss of the electrons that happens in the shift when they're charged.
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting because, like, I'm looking at the ionosphere, and it isn't a single reaction, you know.
Yeah.
But it behaves as a weakly ionized plasma, and this is because of solar radiation. And it's things like this that make me question what they teach us, you know, because it seems like it's an electrical reaction to me from the sun's electron, you know, because the sun's pouring out electricity almost indiscriminately. So this electricity is what's creating all of this. And the so-called magnetism, to me, seems to be an effect of electricity. But we've sort of given it its own heyday. Instead of speaking of it as an electric effect, we want to speak of it as a magnetic effect. But is magnetism and electricity really separate? You know, are they more like a single unified field? And these electric fields produce what we call magnetic effects and electrical effects. And so these are the things that make me sort of wonder. Yeah, I mean, it was Howard. You said like solid, malleable, airy, liquid, and plasma, completely. And plasma is the fifth state of matter. So it's quite interesting. I think plasma also has very interesting magnetic effects, doesn't it? Magnetic effects.
Yes. So I looked something up real quick, and I'm using a different search engine, but electricity and magnetism are two interconnected phenomena that together form the fundamental force of electromagnetism, which, and I do remember. Yeah, I mean, it says here, yeah, it's of course going into Faraday and his research, but electricity can be generated from magnetism through a process called electromagnetic induction. Magnetism itself arises from the motion of electric charges. So electricity and magnetism, I don't think they are as much different phenomena as we are taught that they are. I think, I mean, as it says here, you know, magnetism itself arises from the motion of electric charges. So, you know, electricity creates magnetism, and electricity and magnetism together is electromagnetism, which is the fundamental force, which has been first demonstrated. This is according to more mainstream science, of course, all the way back in 1819 by Hans Christian Ørsted, when he observed that an electrical current could deflect a compass needle, proving that an electric current produces a magnetic field.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting because what we consider our current theory of matter, right, is that you've got all these little particles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these particles of matter are held together by electromagnetism. That's the current theory. And so it makes me like stop and think, these little particles, are they actually little particles? Or are they patterns of the electromagnetic circuit and field that seem like particles? And because of these magnetic fields of polarity, they bump against other things, they repel other things, so they create edges. So are the edges real? Are they physical objects? Are all these physical objects just here, or are they just electromagnetic fields reacting to other electromagnetic fields? And so the only thing that stops my hand from passing through this table are electromagnetic fields. Because there's certain polarized electromagnetic fields that bind the certain grade of wood together, and there's certain kinds of electromagnetic fields that bind the particles of my hands together, and they are pitched at a different harmonic resonant field.
Yeah.
And so if they pitched at a different field, they're not gonna merge. Sort of like putting oil into water.
Yeah. But everything is resonance. Everything is vibration, and I believe there is a like 1 in I don't know how many billion chance that like if you keep trying to put your hand through the table, then at a certain point in time, the vibrations will link up and your hand will actually go through the table. I mean, you're out of luck if it's then like stuck there. But yeah, and I also looked up the what the other supposed fundamental forces are, and it says gravity, electromagnetism, weak interaction, and strong interaction, which is like, okay, I don't know, man. But the strong and weak interaction produce forces at subatomic scales. And some scientists hypothesize that there is possibly a fifth force, but they don't know what it is, and no evidence to support these models has been found. And even if it has been found, they wouldn't tell us, of course.
Well, there's this plasma, right? With what they talk about, and this plasma is ionized. They generally speak of it as ionized gases. But I think it's whenever you have an ionic field, it creates its own gluey substance called plasma, right? It's like it's a substance, but it's not a substance. Like when you look at fire, for example, does fire have plasma in it?
I believe it does, or it radiates plasma in a way. I believe fire and plasma are connected.
Yeah. So, okay, they say hot enough fires contain plasma because the extreme heat ionizes the gases, creating a mixture of free electrons and ions.
Yeah.
And so, like, what is an ion and what is a free electron? An ion is electrons in a lattice, in a pack that are in particular orbitals of a element, and in that orbital of that element they have particular polarities, right? Because there's normally two of them together, and when you have two in one direction, or them opposing each other, and you have an unbalanced number, you get ions forming, acidic or base, the most common ones that we know. So it's a biochemistry. So these ions then, which are these charged reactions. So an ion is a reaction to an electron in a lattice, but now you've got these free electrons floating around in the air. And these free electrons become part of this ionic bond. Almost like the substance that was like metal gets an extra electron to it. But the electron doesn't become part of the lattice. It's sort of, bound in its electromagnetic field somehow. It's a very interesting concept, what plasma is. And yeah.
The connection between fire and plasma, it is more common than you'd actually think. The most common one are flames from acetylene, which can reach temperatures up to 3,100 degrees Celsius. Yikes. And similarly, the blue flames, the hottest flames from gas stoves or Bunsen burners, contain a small amount of plasma, though it is weakly ionized. So plasma is everywhere, really. Like even your stove, like of course it's the blue flame because those are the hottest. And it makes a lot of sense that it would be the hottest flame, but that contains small, very small particles of plasma. Those and even neon lights contain plasma. Yeah, of course. But that's created by electrical discharges or intense gravitational forces, which, also creates a kind of electricity. So plasma is everything and everywhere, just, either very strongly or very weakly ionized.
Yeah, I always jump onto this idea that our blood is called plasma. And so you've got the CO2 in the blood, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the CO2 in the blood are in the blood plasma, right? Specifically, small amounts of oxygen are dissolved in plasma, and a portion of carbon dioxide also remains dissolved there before being converted to bicarbonate ions. So let's listen to what they're saying, which remains in the plasma while CO2 is transported in other forms. Now, what did we see here that the plasma is? The plasma is when you've got ions reacting with free electrons. So what happens when CO2 or O2 is dissolving into the plasma substrate? Are there free electrons produced in the gases in the blood? Interesting concept. Is there a reason why we call blood plasma? Have they hidden that from us as they have lied to us about all the alternative histories and alternative sciences, and they took ether away, right? They had to get rid of ether. Mm-hmm. They had to make everything happen in a vacuum. Otherwise, it doesn't work, which is like suspicious. Physics shouldn't have to be in a vacuum because we see it here physically around us. And they had to remove... I think when we think of the ether field, plasma makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
And if we think of the quantum field, which we've now accepted, so when I speak about the quantum field, we are essentially talking about the ether field. So they have now been forced to bring back the ether field, but they've called it the quantum field. They see it as quantum entanglement, which is like what ether used to do classically. Right? It used to be like a porous substance from whence everything else arose. Namaste, Sledgehammer Lumberjack Library. That's such a funky, cool name. Spencer, I hope you're good. Oh, by the way, everybody, tomorrow is a funky day. I'm not going to be in the sunshine when the moon shines tomorrow evening, when the moon hides in the shadow of the earth. We've got a full lunar eclipse coming here over epicenter Cape Town.
And a blood moon, right?
And a blood moon. And it's happening in Pisces. I'm like, whoa, dude. Pisces is an intense sign. It's like very deep, core, unconscious energy, bringing out those deep-seated, spiritual elements and memories. And it's a very spiritual sign. So we're going to be having a deep, energetic time. And here's an interesting point. Why shaman don't go into eclipses? Have you guys have you discussed this yet? Have you come into this idea in your podcasts?
No, not yet. I mean, you're only one of 2 shamans that I have talked about, or have talked with on my podcast so far, and we haven't discussed that yet. So,
well, it's not just shaman. I think it's like people that are clued up with Vedic lore as well also suggested, because basically it's got to do with the magnetic field and the gravitational field of the moon. And when the moon is affected by the earth and the sun in a particular way, it changes the polarizing potential, right, of that particular radiance. And so from a shamanic perspective, we consider the moon to be an intelligence radiating a particular force of life. In the Vedic culture, they call it the Aether radiance, which is a particular quality that holds the subtle forms of electricity, what we call magnetism. And then we've got the Pingala, which is the radiance from the sun, which is the objective radiances of the electric field, which we call electricity. And these 2 forces are in a balance. It's the caduceus, or the Ida and Pingala, the left and the right, coming together, moving up the spine. So what the idea is that the lunar radiance can be a dangerous radiance for life force, for prana, for energy.
yeah.
And it has been like approached with respect, with great adoration. And when the moon goes into a particular phase, what happens is it falls under the effects of the earth and it negates its polarizing ability with the sun, because the moon and the sun are supposed to be having this effect of the Ida and the Pingala, like balancing each other out, right, for health to happen in the body, an internalizing effect to balance the externalizing effect. And so when you go into a lunar eclipse, the potential of the moon becomes inverted to the same potential as the sun, which means you can have violent emotional reactions. Interesting concept. Like emotional eruptions. Rather than an emotional flow, it can become something that takes one away from harmony and balance. In the same with the sun's polarity becomes inverted because of the moon's proximity. And so that electric field becomes negative and draws the prana out of us. So the solar eclipse can draw your life force out of you, and the moon's effects can unbalance the life force to the point that the life force wants to over-radiate out of the body. And that excessive radiance of life force means it flattens the batteries, and the cells have an electrical potential. And the electrical potential of the cells, when they get diminished, that's when you attract parasites, viruses, all of that stuff. So that electrical potential within the cells, this is very fine. And so these electric effects, I believe, are affected by magnetism. And the stars, the moon and the sun, magnetically interact with us.
Yeah, I mean, the moon clearly has some sort of magnetism, like it's magnetically drawn, however that happens, to water. That's also why it has an effect on us. And I can even connect this again to like you were talking about plasma, like blood plasma. It is the liquid component of blood, making up approximately 55% of its total volume. So you literally have more plasma in your blood than like actual red blood cells. And plasma itself is 90 to 92% water and contains essential dissolved substances such as proteins, electrolytes, there you go again, hormones, nutrients, and waste products.
And metals.
Albumin,
Elements, iron.
globulins, fibrinogen.
Yeah.
I mean, your blood globulins is usually has to do with the amount of iron in your blood, of course, but also electrolytes, which is kind of, it's another form of electricity. It's literally the salts in your in your body, the salts in your bodily fluids. And what is a great conductor for electricity? Salt.
Yeah. And you touched on an interesting point there. What was it you said that really... Indy, did you have something on your mind here, brother?
Oh, I was just glad that I have some salt ionized in my water here. It tastes so much better like that. Just love it. Electric.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I mean, and think of salt lamps, for example, those Himalayan salt lamps. I have one in the bedroom. I find that much more, a much more pleasant light than, like a just a light bulb, for example. But you do have to be careful because they do like melt over time and they can crack, but it is all natural and it gives off something. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is some sort of ionized plasma in a very, very small form. I don't know, but it's much more pleasant than regular lights. So also just salt and magnetism, salt and electricity and magnetism. It's just magnetism, electricity, like somehow everything connects to those two. Everything connects to, well, electromagnetism.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned salt because salt is used in purification rituals. Like if there's a baleful entity, right?
Yeah.
You can use salt to change the ionic frequency in your home.
Yeah.
And that salt will help to attract the certain ions and resolve certain ions so that that consciousness cannot manifest in your home, which is a interesting concept.
It's also
frankincense.
And also, it's when someone's being really cranky about something, we'll say that, he's very salty about it. Or, like someone is salt of the earth, for example, which very often means that they have some sort of magnetism about them. But they're like, at the same time, they're very down to earth. They're very, of this earth. They are the salt of the earth.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, the salt of the earth. Something that I think is quite relevant, when we consider. So getting into this idea now, like we're broaching into people, into biology.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's very interesting how hormones are stimulated by magnetism and electromagnetism. Electromagnetism stimulates hormones. Release into the blood. So there seems to be some kind of a relation. And I think the most prominent one is it melatonin? Melatonin. These are highly prominently affected. There's a few of them. The thyroid is quite affected as well.
The pineal glands.
Pineal as well.
Yeah.
That's where the melanin and melatonin, I think, are processed,
Melatonin.
and the
Yes.
pituitary. And they're quite affected by never met a hormone. How you doing, Bernadine? I hope you're well. Namaste, Rob. Yeah, electricity passes better through salt water. Exactly. You know, there's something in the salty ideas. And in fact, what you mentioned when we started, altamagnetism, I noticed magnetic order in ideal crystals.
Mm-hmm.
What are ideal crystals? What are ideal crystals? I wonder.
So I found a paper here that goes over the connection, or it's a review on electromagnetical fields and the reproductive system. And I mean, we all at least should know that, like, constantly carrying like your phone in your pocket, especially as a man, definitely has its effect on your reproductive system. And it is also, EMFs have been investigated for its potential effects on the human endocrine system, particularly concerning hormone production and regulation, which also makes me think, like, in now the digital age where we spend so much of our time behind a screen, whether it be like really up close or a little further away, like hormones also regulate behavior and aggressive behavior. It seems that with the coming of the digital age and the more time we spend behind screens, people are becoming more aggressive, are becoming more, well, sometimes animalistic, even, also because we are exposed to a higher level of EMF.
Yeah, I think like these systems are far more integrated and related to and connected to these things than we realize. The magnetic fields. Something that's always bugged me is, according to our popular science, right? That the sea is not affected much by magnetism, it's just by gravity, right? That's the popular idea for the tides and the currents. I've always had a problem swallowing that as myself. It just never made sense to me. And I never went to study physics, but I had a natural aptitude for physics in my high school. I came first for physics, and I didn't study. It just made sense to me. So I always had a natural aptitude. I could have gone on to study physics if that had been my desire. And ever since I was a child, I was like, no, it must be magnetism. Now, it's very interesting because, okay, so pure salt, right, does not have intrinsic magnetic potential because its ions are enclosed shells, making it diamagnetic.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that interesting? So it can repel. Salt can be repelled by magnetic effects, by magnetic fields. That's what diamagnetism means. So it's not specifically magnetic. However, salt influences magnetic potential when it's dissolved in water, as the conductive salt water can generate ion currents and interact with magnetic fields. So we need to digest this for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
When you have enough salt in Namaste, Esme. How are you doing? I hope you're well. When you have as much salt as what you have in the sea, and I think salt water in the sea is a lot, by the way. It's a lot of salt. If you ever try and make seawater at home, you've got to put a lot of salt in. It's not just a tablespoon of salt in a cup of water. It's a lot more. It's a lot of salt in the sea. And so is it like 2 or 3 tablespoons? How many tablespoons in a cup of water to make seawater? It's quite a bit.
Seawater is composed of approximately 96.5% water and 2.5% salt. So that means 35 grams of salt per kilogram of seawater.
Yeah, 35 grams. That's 7-8 teaspoons in a liter. So that's like, well, no, it's probably tablespoons. Sorry, because of the mass of salt.
Yeah.
So that makes sense, because that's like 1.5 to almost two spoons of water. To make one salt, and that's a lot of salt if you think about it, like the amount of salt. So we're taught that the moon has got a very weak magnetic influence over the Earth, right? And here's where I'm starting to find issues with the so-called theories. If the moon has such a weak effect magnetically on the Earth, then why does the moon have such huge effects on women's menstrual cycles? Which we now know electromagnetic fields, if they're strong enough, can affect hormonal production.
Yeah.
So my common sense says that it's the moon's magnetic field affecting the growth cycles of plants and breeding cycles of plants and breeding cycles of animals and humans. The moon is the reason why we call it the moon cycle.
The electric fields that have the effect on the reproductive system are EMFs, and those are non-ionic radiation that cannot release electrons. They are energy in the form of oscillating electric and magnetic fields. So that is different from the type of electricity that we are exposed to in nature, for example, because it is non-ionic. There are no ions in it whatsoever. It is produced by geomagnetism a little, a very, very little, but it is mostly through physical energy such as X-ray, UV light, and it also says that sunlight produces EMFs. I'm not too sure about that, actually.
Is it 100 electron volts per meter? Check this out, huh? How many electron volts in atmosphere at 10 meters? I think 10 meters should be 1,000.
There are several references that classify EMFs, but they are considered to consist of 4 different types. ELF, extremely low frequency, that's below 300 hertz. Intermediate frequency, IF, which is 300 hertz to 10 megahertz. Hyperfrequency EMF is 10 megahertz to 3000 gigahertz. And then radio frequencies, that's also part of it. And static EMFs, there's a lot of different kinds. I put the link up to the research in the in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, electromagnetism is such a broad field.
Mhm.
Even color, sound, everything we experience is electromagnetism. This is something like an interesting concept. Like there's a particular frequency of the color red in the electromagnetic field. Is it 7? What is the EM frequency of red? What is the EM frequency of red light? I should know this because I'm a grower. So it's 400 to 480 terahertz.
Terahertz.
And that's red.
Wow.
Yeah, that's red light. So, and I think violet is like 700 terahertz, 700, 800 terahertz. And then ultraviolet is like going a bit higher than that. Infrared is like 280 to 400 terahertz. That's infrared light. And then you keep coming down, down, down. Sound. What is EM frequency range of sound? 20 to 20,000 hertz, basically. So the 20 to 20,000 hertz is the sound frequency, but I think that this has got to do with human hearing. I think like some animals are hearing frequencies higher than 20,000 hertz.
Mhm.
So this microphone that I've got is, I think, 15,000 is it? It's up to 15,000 hertz. So is it 15 hertz to 15,000 hertz, something like that, right? And these microphones, that's like what a usual microphone frequencies would be. So it's very interesting when we start to look at how everything is electromagnetics. And the idea that the hormonal system can be affected by the moon, to me, tells me that there's a stronger magnetic field happening, but it's not like you say, it's not the same kind of magnetism that we get from our magnets. It's a different, there's more to these fields. There's different kinds of electrical potential, and different kinds of electrical potential has different effects. But we know that the high frequency and various different range of frequency of electrical potential can trigger and affect hormones. And the moon, definitely, the ancients have always known the moon is central to the cycle of breeding for all creatures. So when we look at that, it sort of makes it quite obvious to us that there's definitely this powerful field of the moon that's magnetic. Could the magnetic field of the Earth have a polarizing effect on the magnetic field of the Earth, which is supposedly very weak, right?
Probably.
But because of the mass of water, right, and because the water covers such a huge area, could that weak field be affected to become like a capacitizing field? Because like the ideas of gravity affecting the water in the sea doesn't make sense to me. Not only because then why does this page not move with gravity, right?
Mhm.
Why do feathers not move with the moon's gravity? Why only water? We know that water has diamagnetic effects and repels magnetic fields. So when the moon moves in a certain proximity, the waves of the ocean seems to move. The ocean moves more than lakes. Oh, it's because it's bigger. Yeah, but maybe it's because it's salty as well, right?
Probably. And this is from the scientific article, and it goes also into the biological effects of EMF, the non-ionized radiation, can be divided into thermal and non-thermal. I thought that was interesting because electricity also generates heat. So radiation also generates heat. The non-thermal effects depend on the absorption of energy and changes in the behavior of tissue without providing heat. But it can have devastating effects on tissue with high concentration of electrons and ions. So, indeed, it can change the behavior in cells. It can alter the function of the cardiovascular system and even bone marrow, which is, so it has an effect on your blood, even. But a very negative one. So this is the, let's say the flip side of ether, of ionized radiation. Including disorders of cell proliferation and differentiation, damaged DNA in cells, chromosomal abnormalities, blood disorders, birth defects, and this is all EMF, which we are exposed to every day, because we carry these things in our pockets. So yeah, this is a very interesting just very interesting article, and it goes into a lot of interesting stuff, and also just the dangers of electricity and radiation in all shapes and sizes.
Yeah, if it impacts your bone marrow, it would definitely impact the white blood cell growth that happens in the bone marrow, which will impact the immune system as well. Yeah. But I know people that have been struck by lightning have had massive traumas with plasma, and they sometimes have coloring of the skin, discoloration of the skin, which kind of looks kind of cool to me. But I'm sure, it may carry some pain with it, maybe some tissue damage involved in that discoloration. But I know I've seen people that have been struck by lightning that are able to carry a higher capacity of electricity and able to turn on like electrical appliances with their nipples or with their teeth.
Excuse me?
Seen it before. And there's people that actually can do this without being struck by lightning. If you are able to connect your heart energy with your lower energy of your Jing, and they can create sparks. I've seen people be able to shock other people with it.
Yeah. So what you are talking about, you see it on the there are theories that you see this on the Earth as well. I'm gonna share my screen because I have a picture of it. Of course, the Lichtenberg figures. Yeah,
that's the Lichtenberg patterns.
Yeah, it is, and it is also. I mean, I guess it's quite literally your fried nervous system, but like also looks how it kind of has the shape of a lightning bolt, and its branches, kind of going as into the as above, so below, as within, so without. Of course, your central nervous system is the electric system of your body. I mean, if you ever like hit your elbow at just the right spot, there is a electric current, or what feels like an electric current, going through your arm, and that is because you hit your nerves in like just the right way. So it makes sense that you could say that lightning in a way is the electrical nervous system of nature, if you will, because this is both. It looks like both your nervous system and lightning.
It is rather interesting, these effects. Rob, you mentioned cymatics, and I saw your comment a little while after you'd affected. What was that comment of cymatics with regards to? I'm curious, because cymatics, I think, is very close to important when we're looking at this, because everything is essentially a cymatic reaction. Mm-hmm. I think of matter being a cymatic reaction to electromagnetic fields, creating cymatic patterns that cause the structuring of the elements, the structuring of molecules, tissues, and all of that. I think it's cymatics is a core. So yeah, Rob, I'm very curious what you meant exactly by cymatics. Do let us know, because I think it's finger to the pulse stuff. And you know, the very interesting the way this electricity. I mean, we've learnt about this, right? In martial arts, one of the first things you get taught is you gotta breathe into your hara or into your dantin, right? It depends if you're Chinese school or Western or a Japanese school, right? But same idea. You're breathing into the dantin, you're breathing into the hara, and you storing up your potential, right? Your ki or your chi, and you can release that ki or chi with the release of breath, cymatically, right? They teach you to scream with a scream and a focus and an emotional release when you strike. And if you get those three things just right, magic happens. Literally, magic happens. And it's like, I think this is what we're talking about, right? This electrical release of the human bioelectrical field. We can store it up and we can channel it and we can release it. And some people can just accidentally release it. I've had problems when I was young, walking into a shop and being in a weird mood and seeing the microwave and being annoyed that there's a microwave. Oh, I've got to walk this way, and the thing explodes the moment I think that. And then I go, well, I'm not going to this shop. I walk into another shop, the microwaves on, I have the same reaction, the thing explodes. I've had 2 microwaves blow up on me within like 3-4 minutes of each other. One side of the road, the other side of the road. I was like freaking out. I was like, dude, I got to get away from this, because I've always had a thing about microwaves. Never, if I'm in a room with a microwave, it makes my skin crawl. Like if there's a microwave on, even if I'm far away from a microwave, I feel my, like the hairs on your neck raise up and my body just reacts. I'm like, what the heck? There's this weird field in the room. My body does not like this energy. And, we used to play when we were kids, when I was young, when I was a teenager. I used to tease people. I used to say, look, this light's going to turn off when we walk under this street lamp. We used to hitchhike a lot when we were teenagers back in those days. In the late 80s, early 90s, you could hitchhike. It was pretty cool. And we'd be walking, and I'd be like, say, "Look, just light's going to turn off," and we walk, and the light would turn off. People would be like, "Oh, that's weird." And I say, "Look, that one's going to turn off," and they would turn off as we walked. And I said, "Look back, that one's turned on again," and they'd get really freaked out. And that's like we'd be walking, and the lights are turning off with us as we're walking. And people would be like, "How are you doing that?" Freaking out. I said, "Dude, I'm not doing it. It's just happening. It happens all the time. Just watch it. Like when you walk under a light, it turns off." You walk away, it turns out. I don't know. So, and this was like, before they had all these smart technologies up in play, so unconsciously we're interacting with electrical fields through our mind. What an interesting concept. So what we call magnetism and electricity and this electromagnetic field, we have this electromagnetic resonance running through our brain, right? And so our brains are wired into these electromagnetic fields. And like you're saying, a lot of these fields produce heat. Some of them don't produce heat. Some of them are designed to actually fry the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Some of them are designed to stimulate hormones. The ones that fry the infrastructure literally fry out the salts in the system. That's the heat-producing ones, right? Then the ones that, because that uses your electrolytes up, doesn't it? Right? Sweat, salts moving out of the body, heat. Like, think about it. It's you're losing your electrolytes faster than what you can take them in.
Yeah.
When your body's heating up. So that's why when you do sport, like there's a limit to how much you can do because you dehydrate. No matter how much water you drink, you dehydrate. It's one of those
And
things.
that's where rhabdo really becomes dangerous as well, because it's loss of working kidneys, really. Rhabdomyolysis, I believe the full name is. And it's interesting because that is also mentioned. I again put the link to that article up in the in the chat. I'm going to say in the description. I'm so used to that. But rhabdomyolysis is also something that can happen, that is registered to have happened when struck by lightning. So you lose. Well, it's basically kidney failure, which makes you pee blood. Unfortunately, it is very rare to happen from overtraining, but it is something that happens, and as I said, it is one of the side effects of being struck by lightning. And like plasma and all of that also makes me think of Dragon Ball Z, what is it? Anime? Is that an anime? I think so.
Yeah.
They're, the Kamehameha, if you will, like that is their primary mode of attack. But they're literally shooting a plasma ball, and it is very much also like based on Japanese martial arts teaching. So it's really, they're like a very concentrated key that they are exposing.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like, there've been a number of times in my life that I release ki, and it happens like intuitively, instinctively, like when you've needed to, right? You're in a violent situation and there's this huge guy. He's 6'8". He's like built like this. He's as wide as he is tall, as thick as he is wide. You're like, what the heck? This dude, like, is a mountain. He's weighing like 150 kilos. And in those moments when, like, I was really cocky, and I'm not a big guy, and I was always like, I was always up for it. Like, yeah, like, what have you? Like, I don't have time for bullies, and when I have KO'd people, often I didn't feel like I made contact. It's very weird. Like, somebody strikes at you, and I used to forestall. When they strike, I'd strike them 5 or 6 times, like in a rapid fire mode. And I wouldn't even feel like I'm making contact, but then they'd be like unconscious, laying on the floor. And I'd be like surprised, like, what happened? And the one time in a change room where someone I was training with, Rolf Bear, he came at me swinging. We were playing. We were tickling him. Like, Ulf had him in a lock, and I was tickling him. Next thing, he came at me swinging 1, 2, and I was sliding backwards, and he came 1, 2, 3, and I just sort of, stayed out of the way of the strikes. And in one moment, I just released a punch. I didn't even think to do it. It just happened because, like, he was just coming, and it was quick. It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, and my instinct was like, there's a wall behind me. There's only so far I can move backwards.
Yeah.
My intuition. And I released a punch that picked him up off his feet and carried him to the other side of the change room and bounced him off the wall. It was because it was a wooden wall. Yeah. Like, it was the dry walls. And we're talking about 3 to 4 meters off his feet, bounced off the wall and bounced back, like bounced off the wall back and landed on his front, on his his elbows and his knees. And I didn't strike him. I struck him on the sternum, which can take a lot of force, right?
Yeah.
And it didn't feel like I hit him. I was so surprised. I was like, but it didn't feel like I hit him. You know, you expect to feel impact on your hands, and this interesting thing used to happen. You speak about putting your hand through wood. I used to do wood breaking when I was young, and I used to break wood on my body to display the power of stance. We used to do these exhibitions for our dojo. We used to go to shopping malls, and we'd do like a little skit that we'd arranged, like because I could do the splits. I would do a lot of the Jean-Claude Van Damme fancy moves because it looked good. The kids liked it. You know, someone throws a punch and you bounce out of the splits back up and you strike, or you bounce up and you kick with a roundhouse or reverse roundhouse or a jump spin kick or whatever. And so we used to do these things. But one of the things we used to do was breaking wood. And it was always weird that when you broke wood, if you didn't break the wood, you felt the hit of that wood, right?
Yeah.
And it hurt. But when you break the wood, it's like you didn't touch it. It's like very hard to explain. It's like your body ionizes the wood so that it splits apart on contact with your hand. Does that make sense? But if you don't do it right, the impact on your hand is so if you hit it just right, it breaks. But if you hit it just not right, the impact, like your hand bounces back. Very weird. And I used to notice this. And the same with your head, because I used to break with my head as well. I used to break with my head, my shoulders, my hand. And so it's just interesting, you know, how that bioelectromagnetic field, when a woman's baby gets trapped under a car, right? She lifts it with one hand.
Yeah.
You know, she doesn't give a damn like that this car weighs like a ton or whatever. She'll lift it up with one hand. She'll flick the car out of the way to get to her baby. And this is a very common thing. Woman becoming 5 times the strength of a man, which doesn't make sense, does it? Like logically.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because that's also Eddie Hall, who set the record for the 500 kg deadlift. Fucking beast. And it's, you know, I mean, it is his nickname, Eddie the Beast Hall. He literally said that, you know, before the actual lift, he had to hypnotize himself in a way to, like, indeed imagine, imagine him pulling a car of his kids. And that's one of the aspects that I find so incredibly interesting, because the human body is capable of so much, and it is in times of dire straits that we tap into something that allows us to, you know, gain so much more, and that's why also it's the movie Split, with what's his name again? Very interesting movie going. It's about DID with James McAvoy, great actor. But one of the alters is a beast, really, which, you know, has skin so tough that it can withstand hail shots from a shotgun. It can climb onto the walls and hold on by the tiniest of ledges. But that movie in itself is just also such a beautiful way to show what the human body, what the human mind even is capable of. DID, dissociative identity disorder, is such a fascinating medical thing. Split, it is a 2016 movie by M. Night Shyamalan, of course, starring James McAvoy and Anya Taylor-Joy when she wasn't as popular just yet. It's a really good movie, and James McAvoy he's an excellent author.
Yeah, they use a lot of like information from psychology and psychologists and studies that
people have different personalities, have different abilities, they have different strengths, they have
Yeah.
different accents and ways about them. And so in that movie,
like
he was able to like walk on the ceiling with one of them, I think.
yeah, like the final form, if you will. And it's interesting because that is a proven fact indeed, that even, you know, by changing alters, if you will, like even the handwriting becomes different. And there have been cases, I believe, where I believe it's a girl who was diagnosed with DID. Like she was ambidextrous. She could write with both left and right. But their handwritings was totally different. You know, I want to see if I can find it. Girl DID.
I wanted to ask you guys, like, you know, Jeet Kune Do, when Bruce Lee does that like 6-inch hit and somebody goes flying across the room, what's the influence that like that has that makes people fly so far, whereas people do like these huge like wind up kicks, like try to break wood and they like can't even break the wood? I feel like there's probably some like energetic aspect that we don't really realize that allows the penetration of the object. You have to like be in sync with like these different energetic forces to be able to hit it at just the right time for it to shatter. Because I feel like the force itself is not enough without that electrical, maybe a ionization of the object from like the nervous system. I don't know what it is exactly, but I feel like there may be something there, because we have people like Nina Kulagina from Russia who was able to move things with her mind just by like putting her hand nearby. She could move the hands inside of a watch. She could move a ping pong ball inside of a sealed glass container. She could do a lot of things that were impossible as far as like the things we understand. But what exactly is she using when she does that? Is that ferromagnetism? She can move things that are not magnetic, so some kind of telekinetic powers.
I think there's something we haven't mentioned, and it's pyroelectric.
Ooh.
Pyroelectric. So, no, this isn't tourmaline. This is
had like a magician had this wire and it was on fire and it went back and closed up and the fire disappeared. Is that?
This is certain pyroelectric qualities, right? But tourmaline has more stronger pyroelectric qualities. So piezoelectricity, which has got to do with static fields building up, right? Generating electricity through pressure. This is how martial arts works, right? You generate pressure inside your body, and the pressure inside your body it strengthens your electrical field, right? It's like posturing, the hara, the tantin. It's about creating pressure in that zone. And when you create pressure in that zone and you breathe into that pressurized canister, it amplifies your charge. So like pyroelectrical reactions, like if I heat up a tourmaline, I can move organic things around with it. Yeah. Like if let's say you have a chillum, hypothetically, not that any of the people watching this show would ever have a chillum, but let's say hypothetically someone did have a chillum and they were finished with the chillum ceremony. Finished, they've invoked their Shiva, they've enjoyed all of their chillum experience, and now they've got a chillum full of ash and charcoal. They can clean that ash and charcoal out without touching it using a pyroelectric reaction. Heating a tourmaline, right? Make it hot. It's going to literally suck all the ash and all the gunk out of your chillum. This is how the shaman used to clean their sacred pipes. This is how the Navajo Indian peace pipes are cleaned. Because it's a sacred pipe. You can't just stick your finger in there, right? There's a sacred way to do it. But they heat up a tourmaline and it pulls all the ash and everything out of it. So this is like quite interesting. And I wonder whether there's different effects working in tandem, Indy. Maybe it's not just one thing. Maybe there's pyroelectric effects working with certain other electrical effects working in conduit. This is why when they differentiate and they say this is this magnetic effect, that is that magnetic effect, I like to stop and go, but is it really that simple? Isn't there like more going on? Isn't there always an element of pyroelectric effect happening in the background? Isn't there always an element of this in the background that we're not talking about because we're focusing? Look at the feather, but did you see the hand holding the feather? Did you see the arm holding the hand? Did you see the shoulder holding the arm? Did you see the torso holding the shoulder? Did you see the butt holding the torso to hold the shoulder, to hold the arm, to hold the wrist, to hold the hand, to hold the fingers, to hold the feather? We're looking at the feather. And like metaphorically, we're looking at one end result. But I think like maybe it could be more complex than just one thing. But there's definitely I think pyroelectric effects must be a big part of it.
Yeah,
because you feel the heat in your body when you feel the energy, right?
Yeah, and also like if you have any doubt, like, oh, this might not work, usually it's not going to work, I feel like. But if you know it's going to work, you have to have that certainty, you know it's going to work when you're trying to like break something with your hand. There might be some aspect of like embodying like the presence of that thing that you're breaking and like becoming one with it and allowing yourself to break. It's like the certainty and the confidence really goes far in being able to achieve it. And I feel like being able to have that could show that like maybe like children could break something that seems really hard for like an adult to break. They are trained to be able to have those intentions and that understanding. I think we could be able to transcend a lot of limitations. Kind of like the idea of like materialism is kind of like a brainwash potentially. And if we understand Hermeticism, we can understand that all things vibrate. We can learn to vibrate with them differently.
Yeah, I mean, that's very interesting when you talk about mind and thought resistance, and how much resistance our brain creates in our body, right? So certain thinking patterns can stop our organs from working properly, right? And there are electrical processes happening within the organs. These are driving enzyme reactions. These are driving hormonal reactions. These are working in conduit with all the other effects that are related to that organ, related to a particular meridian in the body, related to a part of the brain, related to a particular emotional state. So Taoist Chinese medicine maps this out quite well. They say that, fear will weaken your kidneys, anger will weaken your liver, sadness will weaken your heart. Yeah. And so forth, worrying will weaken your spleen. And we're taught to worry, so our spleens get weak. Spleen is an important transformer in the body for transforming your chi into matter or energy. And so if our spleens are being weakened, then our ability to generate qui or chi or energy out of the food is reduced, and the food just wants to be turned into just matter. So it's very interesting how our organs seem to be under attack with modern foods, because a lot of these foods are designed to hurt the spleen. I'll give you an example. Anytime you drink cold water, ice cool drink, right? Soda pop, you're damaging your spleen. So the spleen doesn't like you to eat something that's cold. Ice cream damages the spleen. And the spleen is that decoder for energy in the body. And when the spleen gets deficient and weak, we start to worry, right? Because that emotion is connected to the spleen. So if you want to stop worrying, start looking after your spleen. And if your spleen gets strong, then your chi is strong, because you don't worry, right? And so that doubt and that worry is related to a weak spleen. A strong spleen doesn't even have second thoughts. It just does. Yeah, like just commit to this movement and I'm doing it and I forget the rest. Doesn't matter. And that is the power of your spleen, not to worry.
It's
So,
interesting to play with the
yeah.
spleen because it can actually indicate that you have bad spleen health if you all of a sudden started to worry a lot more than usual. It could be your spleen kind of trying to cry out to you that your spleen health has been compromised. But also, if you tend to worry too much, it can compromise the health of your spleen. And so it's funny how it kind of works that way. It can kind of work both directions.
And the spleen, again, is connected to the blood. It is a small organ that stores and filters blood. So it's so interesting how so many things like go back to the blood as well, to like inner organs. And I found a like we're talking about crystals. I found a what is it? A research paper about the synthesis of crystal structure, also going into polar crystals. I put that up in the Telegram group. It is it's a PDF file, but it's very interesting. I stumbled upon it, and it says here by a special issue editor. Dear colleagues, in a polar crystal, there is a direction that is not transformed in the opposite direction by any symmetry operation of the crystal class. That direction is called the polar axis of the crystal. There is a general interest in polar crystals because some physical properties of materials highly desired for advanced applications, such as pyroelectricity, piezoelectricity, ferroelectricity, second harmonic generation, and electro-optic effect, are only allowed, or they are strongly enhanced in polar space groups. So apparently, like even professors and scientists and all, and those big brain people, they don't really understand how polar crystals work, why they do what they do, because as he said, there's a direction that is not transformed in the opposite direction. That's kind of goes against what is that, Newton's law, that every reaction or every action has an opposite and equal reaction. But apparently a polar crystal simply does not do that for some reason. So I put it's an 11-page research paper. It is in the roundtable group and your group and the tribe, of course.
Yeah, polar crystals. What are examples of polar crystals? That's interesting.
Quartz is a well-known polar crystal that exhibits piezoelectric properties. Barium titanate, it is a ferroelectric material used in capacitors, and its polar nature arises from its crystal structure. Then you have, a couple of very difficult names. Triazodamantane, I think. Very long name, at least, for something. But it forms polar crystals in the trigonal crystal system, easily obtained from solution, and show nonlinear optical and piezoelectric effects. So it is very little, actually. Like, there are very little polar crystals, because they have a asymmetric crystal structure lacking inversion symmetry. But quartz is one of the more well-known ones.
Yeah, they say that piezoelectric crystals are a subset of polar crystals because they possess a non-centrosymmetric, non-inversion symmetric crystal structure, resulting in an internal electric dipole moment and polar axis. This is why they have piezoelectricity, right? Because that's why dynamos for bicycles work. Yeah, because they'll have a piezoelectric piece of quartz or tourmaline rubbing against an insulator, right? That will generate a static charge, and that static charge will then be delivered via electrodes, probably turning electrodes like a wheel, to create induction, right? So it's quite interesting. Like the opposite of like you were talking about induction earlier, right? And the most common example of induction that we have is a simple Jenny, right? You put petrol in, it makes a fire. The fire drives a piston. The piston makes a set of magnets go round and round and round and round and round and round, and that magnetism gets turned into electricity.
Yeah.
And then you get the electricity coming out of the generator. And that's why you use petrol, just as an example. So like that's how a windmill works, right? A windmill, a water wheel, anything that generates electricity out of a turning motion is basically an induction motor or an induction circuit, shall we say? Because it's technically a motor if it's moving parts, right? So it's really interesting. But yeah, the piezoelectricity of quartz. So if I take these two, okay, let's use this. So this is amethyst. This is citrine, but they're both basically quartz. If I rub these two against each other hard, they make sparks.
Yeah.
If I take them into a dark room and I rub and do that, I'll see little sparks. It's quite cool. Take two crystals and just clang them towards each other, there's sparks. If you rub them, they make light. Yeah?
Yeah.
So there's a way to generate light. If you could have a crystal ball that's rotating against another crystal, right? You've got a light. So that's a way to make light.
What kind of crystal?
So if you've got like a little pedal thing with your hands, with like a crystal ball, and you're cycling it against another crystal ball, you can use that to see. So you can generate light very easily out of wind. Because if on the top of your house you have a little turning thing with sails, and that drives a cog, right? That drives a shaft, that drives a wheel, that drives a crystal ball around in circles.
Yeah.
And it's touching another crystal, it's generating light. And then you could have a lens in front of that to focus that light, right?
Yeah.
To make it stronger, to amplify it, because that's what lenses do. So it's very interesting when we start to look at magnetism, electricity, and how these things sort of are working, and then they're working in the same way in the physical body, right? Like, what is the idea behind the pineal gland generating? There's piezoelectricity in the pineal gland, right?
Yeah, there is.
That's exactly what. It's exactly what we're talking about. The dogs are dismantling the couch, the cushion on the floor. So the same principle of this piezoelectricity creating pressure. Now, heat can affect this. Pressure can affect this. Any pressure affects electrical current, right? So the more pressure, the more electrical current. heat, pressure, all these factors contribute towards the power generated. So like fishes that generate light under the water, yeah, I think they're also using piezoelectric systems. So they are using this form of what you call polarized crystal.
Yeah.
There's a form of salt that can do piezoelectric activity. It's called the Rothschild salt, potassium sodium tartrate. It has a complex chemical structure that allows it to generate electrical charge when stressed. And so it's one of the earliest known natural piezoelectric crystals. However, table salt lacks the crystal symmetry it's required for the effect. So apparently symmetry has strong implications on the electrical pathways.
Okay, so here's an interesting thing. Did you know the scales of fishes are piezoelectric?
That doesn't surprise me.
So the pressure of the water, when the fish moves through the water, it's generating an electric charge on the fish. In the same way that I can push these two crystals together to generate electricity, fish are generating electricity when they go through the ocean.
In World War One, marked the introduction of the first practical application for piezoelectric devices, which was the sonar device. So sonar is produced through piezoelectricity.
Did you say through what kind of electricity? Piezoelectric.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Sonar
We're talking
is
about like
produced-
dolphins and whales and
Yeah, and now also, of course, submarines, etc. Because everything man-made has to, copy nature, and even bone, like dry bone, exhibits some piezoelectric properties due to the apatite crystals.
so like imagine the whole bone system. When you move in a particular way in martial arts, you're channeling that electrical potential. Think about it, because everything's resistors.
Yeah.
And so there's a reason why certain techniques generate certain energy more than other techniques, right? Isn't that really like interesting to look at it? When you think of bone as being piezoelectric transponders, because it's got crystal in bone, right? And crystalline effects like calcium and other different kinds of salts crystallizing and making crystal, basically. So it's really interesting when we start to look at how electrical the body is and how much of the body is electrically affected. And so this sort of brings us to the notion of this, right? This little bugger. These little buggers that we have to live with, right? Because you can't live without them, Well, not in an economic, financial way, right? Like you can live without them. You can live very well without them. If you've got a piece of land and you grow your own food and you don't need anything from anyone, then you're good to go.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be watching the show. For the rest of us that are pedaling through the sangsar, as it is, we've got to like contend with these fundamental issues of this electromagnetism and just exactly how much effects these are having. I don't know if you know this, but I used to follow this guy. Okay, so I can't think of his name, but for those of you out there, maybe you can Google it and find out. He traveled to Europe and he was the biggest proponent against Wi-Fi in schools. about 15 years ago. But 15 years ago, he resigned from his job. I think it's about 15 years ago, right? So this was the guy who was the chairman of the Health and Safety Committee in the UK for deciding whether or not what was safe in schools and safe in different places. And he got a report put on his desk. And the report was about the safety concerns regarding Wi-Fi in schools and these electromagnetic fields and children and their health and their brains. And he actually read the report. And he then refused to be a part of that. And he got a lot of pressure. And he ended up resigning his job because he refused to chair that. And he resigned his job and started speaking publicly. Now, this isn't some conspiracy theorist. This was the guy who was voted and nominated to do the job of the chairman of the people that decide what is safe to put in schools.
So
and when he read the research, he changed his mind.
Yeah, one of the current most prominent proponents is Dr. Magda Havas, who is an environmental scientist and advocate from the Trent School of the Environment. Her advocacy is part of a broader movement supported by organizations like Physicians for Safe Technology and the Environmental Health Trust. But that is all pretty recently, actually. But it is still a hot topic issue, and it seems like she is doing interviews. So
yes, this is a big thing, and it has been now, and because of people like that first stood up. He was the first whistleblower, and he threw away a career, and maybe he's retired by now because we're talking 15, 20 years ago, and in those days he was like in his 50s, right? So anyway, the bottom line was that the effects of these electromagnetic fields on our brains is powerful. And the research that he was given actually showed that there was harmful potential by having Wi-Fi in schools. And that if you're sitting, like at the moment, my laptop, you see, if I got to stretch my finger out there, that's how far my laptop screen is from me.
Mm-hmm.
So the beginning of my laptop is as far as my elbow is, further than my elbow from me. Beginning of my laptop's that far away from me. I prefer it like this because I'm not sitting in that Wi-Fi field of my laptop. Does that make sense? It's like that. It's when you sit right in front of your laptop, the field extends till about here in its strong form. And then it gets weaker. And you'll find that sitting in that field very closely of your laptop will give you effects on your brain, your hormones. It's not particularly healthy. What is this? Oh, it's a fly. Thought I had a little spider on my feather. And so, this is a real thing that we don't realize. The very nature of our bioelectric cymatic field is affected by this. And the cymatic effect dictates the patterns of the geometry that our molecules will follow, right? And so the molecules are bound by a cymatic field, and that cymatic field is a resonant frequency, and that resonant frequency is in proportion and relation to the electromagnetic frequencies. And so these electromagnetic frequencies in our bodies are affecting these cymatic fields, which are affecting the way in which our actual molecules form. And when we think about that, it's quite powerful. Like it can change us on a cellular level.
Yeah.
As well as hormonally. as well as, and we don't recognize and realize, these phones are so dangerous. And so,
I mean, Wi-Fi and the internet and whatever, radiation comes of that, it is basically EMF radiation. And as, we read in the research paper that I found on it, it literally has the power to change your DNA.
Yeah, in fact, so the electromagnetic frequency of DNA is most of it is between the ranges of 1.5 gigahertz to 20 gigahertz, up till 10 terahertz, with the frequencies of the microbial parts of us, which we think they aren't important. They are more important than anything in our bodies, because those microbial bits are part of what keep our DNA together, right? Otherwise, everything's just going to disintegrate and go into separate ways. The microbes act as like a glue to keep it all together, like one functioning system unit. So some of those microbial DNA resonant fields are in the 10, maybe even 10 to 20 terahertz spectrum. And a lot of our DNA are in the 1.5 to 7, 10, 15 gigahertz spectrum. Now, these laptops are producing a cymatic field in relation to probably 3 gigahertz, 4 gigahertz, depends, maybe 2 gigahertz. It depends on how hard your laptop is working. And these days they've got like octa-cores and quad-cores and whatever. This is an older form of a CPU, but I'm running 16 gigs of RAM. I've got like a decent graphics card, and this is an old machine that I've had since 2016, but it's good. It was good in its day, so it's still okay. But my other machine, which is running the Ryzen 7 CPU, which is like pretty good CPU, and it's quite a nice Ryzen 7. You've got different tiers within the Ryzen 7 CPUs. That one's pushing out 4.2 gigahertz, between 1.2 and 4.2 gigahertz, depending on how many cores are operating or carrying the load. So these are like cymatic resonant frequencies that are going to affect our bodies, even just being in proximity to these phones. These phones have got 2.8 gigahertz CPUs, 2.4, 2.6 gigahertz, 1.8, 1.4, 1.3. This is an octa-core Samsung, right?
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of range of your DNA in that. Just the CPU. We're not even talking about the microwave field or the Wi-Fi field, right? The microwave field that it uses to connect with the tower, 5G. We're not even talking about that field. We're just talking about the CPU. And then it's got a GPU in there that's running at slightly less frequency.
Yeah.
The GPU's frequency in there is probably running at about 1.2 gigahertz, or at least 800 to 1,000 megahertz, right? I'm guessing. And so you got this GPU frequency, you got all these CPUs in there. And then you got the RAM chips. Now, the RAM chips are probably running at about, 1,600 megahertz, right? So you've got the slow frequencies in there as well within the RAM chips. And this thing's, what's that thing, got 8 gigs of RAM? It's a Samsung. They've got a reasonable amount of RAM. So anyway, my point is just those little components are all creating cymatic resonant fields. And then you've got the microwave field. And then you've got the radio field of your Wi-Fi. So your Wi-Fi it's relating to your Wi-Fi, and it is producing its own field, which is a powerful microwave signal to connect with base.
Yeah.
So that phone is just putting out so much, man. And each of those fields are creating its own cymatic resonant field. And so those cymatic resonant frequencies are interacting with our cymatic resonant frequencies and reprogramming our electromagnetic field here's an interesting point. What is the effect of sound on magnetism?
Oh, that's a good one. By the way, guys, I do have to go. I need to call my sister. My dad got taken to the hospital again because of heart issues,
Oh,
and I need to catch up with my my sister. I mean, he's home now, but just sister, brother, we have to kind of catch up, see how we're all doing, because this is second time now that he is in the hospital for heart issues. So yeah, I gotta be there for my family at the moment.
well, good luck, brother. I hope your dad's going to be okay.
I'm sure he will. He's stubborn enough for it. So anyway, thank you for thanks for having me. This has been interesting, and I'll definitely watch the rest of it later on, and I'll leave some comments when I can. This has been very interesting. So thank you again for having me. And
Om Shanti. Blessings to you. Blessings to your father.
Thank you.
Jai Shankar Bhagavan. Let's hope that he's going to be. Let's all put in a good moment of silence. Positively charge up your ionic field.
Well, thank you very much.
Big love, brother. Go
right.
Go and energize everybody with your positivity. Much love, man.
I will. Much love, guys. See ya.
Blessed be. Yeah, man. The whole idea of cymatic effects on electric fields. I don't know much about this, but it's an interesting concept. So cymatics affects how sound vibrations create visible patterns in magnets. I mean, in matter. Magnetic fields exert forces on magnetic substances, can influence biological and physical systems. Cymatics typically uses sound and vibration to create visual patterns. This is what they say. Some experiments show materials that respond to both sound and magnetic fields, like ferrofluids, can exhibit combined effects. Isn't that interesting, Indy? Hey? Ferrofluids.
Fascinating.
And it's sort of, yeah, brother.
So the magnetism can influence the cymatics when you use a medium with both magnetic fields and sound waves. And they say combining cymatics with ferrofluid liquid. So that's fascinating. You're going to see the patterns of the cymatics in the ferrofluid. I haven't seen any examples of that, but I'd love to be able to see how it looks.
Yeah, it just makes you think, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
These ferrofluids, and this is just what we've discovered by now, because cymatics is still a young science, right? I'm imagining we're going to figure out a lot more than what we know at the moment about how cymatics and magnetism can interact. And, can cymatics affect electrical potential? It's probably a good question to ask, right? So affect electrical potential.
As in advanced experiments, magnetism can be used to levitate a small diamagnetic object like pyrolytic carbon above a surface. By then introducing sound frequencies, the vibrations can cause the levitating object to spin in moving complex ways. Certain frequencies cause the spinning to accelerate, while others can bring it to a stop. So in that experiment, they're using magnetism and sound waves to move this small diamagnetic object.
That could as easily be water, by the way. Water being diamagnetic. Namaste, Maggie. I hope you're well. I hope you're thriving. Yeah, Salt of Gaia. Yeah, Hollow Bones. We all like RAM. Good bit of RAM. RAM is random access memory. Isn't that interesting? And it's about the potential activities that can be performed. Action being very much the part of Aries. Aries is all about action, isn't it? It's like head first, move forwards, doing. Aries. I've been surrounded by Aries people my whole life. My mom being Aries. The idea of look before you leap is the best advice to usually give an Aries person. Yeah. Because like they've done it before they thought about doing it. That's like the Aries way. When they think about doing it, it's because they've already done it. But yeah, it's very interesting what you say, you know. Creating these patterns, and I think we're going to discover a lot more. For example, the way that electromagnetics, because if you think about what electromagnetics is, think about standing waves, right? And pitch and harmonics. They're trying to tell us that cymatics doesn't affect electromagnetism. Now, this to me is like, this is why I'm saying, like, what is the hoax of magnetism? Right? That's what this discussion is really all about. How can you tell me that if I'm tapping the fast rhythm is not going to affect the slow rhythm, and the slow rhythm is not going to affect the fast rhythm? What about when they're in phase? Can't you see the standing wave being generated?
Yeah.
That's a big standing wave. So I could go. You hear when there's a standing wave coming, the whole table resonates. That resonant field. So if you've got like a electromagnetism and you got a cymatics, at some point there's going to be a together. That's what standing waves are. So how can you tell me, my common sense says that if I've got like 1,000 people marching over a bridge, right? And some people are walking fast and some people are walking slow, but the fast people are stamping their feet in resonance with the people stamping their feet slowly. If I can get a bridge to collapse by having people walking at different speeds, if the cycles coincide, right? As long as all of these ones are being tapped at the same time with the other one, that's going to affect each other. So to tell me that cymatics doesn't interact with electromagnetism, to me, just defies every logical thing that I can consider common sensible about basic principles of acoustics and resonance and frequency. So this is when I start thinking about magnetism. I start thinking of magnetism and I wonder, I question. So this is just me. I don't know anything much about it. I'm not a scientist, so I'm just putting thoughts out there. Could the frequency of the resonant electric field that we're experiencing be what we're calling magnetic effects? And could particular frequencies have particular reactions? Give you an example. If I get the right frequency, I can make my guitar string resonate. right?
Mhm.
From here with my voice. If I get the right resonance with my voice, I can make a drum skin resonate over there. So what does this tell you about these frequencies, right? Like, there's something quite interesting in this. And this brings up interesting points, like what's a capacitor, right? So these capacitors, let's look up a capacitor for a moment. A capacitor is something that can store electrical energy and it can amplify it. Just let me okay, so let's get up a capacitor here and let me put it onto the screen as well. So there we go. So this is the basic ideas behind a capacitor, right? You've got ferromagnetic substances with a dielectric substance between the two. Yeah? And you can make layers and layers and layers out of them. You can put that with a layer of the dielectric substance is very often an organic substance, by the way. So a capacitor works by storing electrical energy in an electrical field between two conductive plates, separated by an insulating dielectric material. Right? When a voltage is applied, electrons accumulate on one plate and are repelled from the other. So these dielectrical principles work two ways. They're pushing and pulling at the same time, amplifying, more potential energy being released. Yeah? Creating a charge imbalance and stored energy. The stored charge can then be released quickly to power electronic devices like a flash in a camera. A basic capacitor consists of two metal plates, an insulator or a dielectric, electrically insulating material such as a ceramic that separates the two metal plates, and the two terminals. These connect the capacitor to a circuit, allowing it to charge and discharge. So the reason I point this out is I find it very interesting, you know, because I've seen people playing with electrical things in the past. And heartbeat, yes, Bernardine, heartbeat. That's very interesting. You know, you talk about cymatics, resonance, frequencies, electromagnetism. It's very shamanic, you know, tuning the heart to rhythm. Very, very important. And the body, I think, has within it little capacitors. Yeah?
I think
because
so.
you've got all this electrical fluid substance. Yeah?
Mhm.
You got the bones that are piezoelectric. You got the red blood plates, which are generating electrical current. There's some kind of a piezoelectric or similar kind of a piezoelectric effect happening with the red blood plates rubbing against each other in the blood plasma. You've got the central nervous system, right? Moving the electrical currents around the body between the organs, which are generating electric fields within them, enzyme reactions generating electric fields, generating heat in the digestive system. And so the body is like a very interesting system of different electrical processes with different insulators between some of these in order to channel. So why does the nerve, just look at this for a moment. Why does the electricity move along a particular nerve? Because the nerve is insulated. And so the insulation around that nerve to ensure that the electricity moves through that nadi or that channel of that nerve is in itself producing a capacitizing effect, because around that you then have other tissue which has got water and salt, and you've got endocrine hormonal fluids and blood generating electric charge in the rest of the tissue. So you got electrical fields on both sides of that insulator. Think about it like on a subtle level. The body is like a series of capacitors, and then within that nerve channel where you've got that insulation to keep the electrical current in, that then becomes a natural storage point of electrical potential. So it's just interesting when you look at the way these things work, you know, the nadis, or the meridians as we call them, and the way in which electricity is moving between the organs and the brain. Did you have something on your mind, dear Indy?
Yeah, the heart field is an interesting thing. The heart field can extend out 3 feet or further, they found with magnetocardiology instruments. But in some studies with binaural beats, I think it's called Stargate, the CIA was able to do a study where they were able to map the heart field going out for miles under certain binaural beats and rhythms that synchronize the hemispheres of the brain. But if it's found that the heart itself actually has a strong magnetic component that's 5,000 times stronger than the brain. So there's a lot there in the magnetic heart field. And I know that like when there's calm people amidst people that are like in panic, that it has a strong influence on people around them to calm them down. And they say that people that are highly like ascended in their conscious can influence up to like 1 million people around them, and probably influences their heart vibrations to some degree, I would think. And it's found that the heart has like 40,000 neurites in it, and so it's like a second brain. But they recently found out that another organ, I think maybe the spleen that we were talking about, has even more neurons in it, or neurites.
Didn't the appendix have like 200 million?
It was the appendix, that's what it was, yeah. 200 million neurons.
And that works with the gut.
Mm-hmm.
And when you think about it, you know, so you've got this solar plexus, right? And that solar plexus, in Vedic cosmology, is called Hrit Padma. It's just beneath the heart's area.
Mm. Yeah.
And I think that is where that electromagnetic field is strongest, isn't it? Epicenter?
Oh, maybe.
Or am I wrong?
Yep.
But you definitely bring up an interesting point, you know, the human heart. And is he sitting on your shoulder? Oh, that's just too cute, man.
Maybe girl.
Hey, oh, it's a she, sorry. She's on your shoulder. Hey, look at her. Isn't she too cute, hey? Isn't she just so sweet?
She's just such a sweet girl. Are you sniffing around, honey? I'm gonna drink some of my water.
Yeah, man. So the heart's like, that's something that we talk about, the metaphor of the heart, right?
Mm-hmm.
We talk about the heart in terms of the metaphorical potential. And we don't realize that, you know, when we speak about someone having a big heart, that we're talking about electrical potential in the heart, literally, which we could sort of measure as a magnetic field. And so, like, the more I think about it, the more I start to question whether these magnetic fields that we're measuring, would we be better to understand them as electric effects and as a unified reaction? Because, for example, if I walk wearing socks on a synthetic carpet, right? I can generate electricity in my body. And I can then touch somebody else who's grounded, and there will literally be a pop from my finger. Have you ever done that before?
Yeah.
We used to do it as kids. Certain carpets, if you took off your shoes and you rubbed your feet against them, you'd become electrified. And then someone came and you could give them a pop. And it would make like a loud popping sound out of your finger when you touch them. They'd be like, ooh, they got like a tiny little shock. So,
Yeah.
isn't it interesting how the body can store up all of that energy
Yes.
and release it? And you don't feel like you've got all of that energy in your body, do you?
Mm-mm.
You don't feel different. I saw this really funny thing where this guy had this electrical field generation thing, and he had a piece of tinfoil going round and round and round that he had made, right? And it fell on the ground. And when it fell on the ground, it got attracted up towards him and touched him, and he got a shock that threw him off the chair.
Dang.
And I saw it somewhere, I don't know, wherever it was, TikTok or whatever. It was just a hilarious little video. This guy was playing with this thing using static electricity, and he lost control of it.
Yeah, that's
And it literally bit him on the butt. Literally bit him on the butt.
Oh, man.
And you can see it's for real. Like, this isn't a stage thing. This dude is like, he's so chilled out one moment. He's obviously a bit stoned, right? Relaxed, chilled. And then the electricity bites him on the butt, and he's suddenly not stoned anymore. Totally dissolved the buzz, and which is obviously like alignment of the endocannabinoid system,
Yeah.
which is quite interesting. Is that endocannabinoid system that works with terpenes and cannabinoids? Does that have something to do with the regulation of our bioelectric field? And is there some kind of an interesting relation in this? Because to me, there must be. And in the same way as looking at an electric field, the way that it operates, the way that it generates, to me, when I look at it, like I will share this. This is one thing that I would share, and I think it's useful. I have to share this every time I do a live, at least once, because if I don't, I feel like I've not done justice. What are we looking at here, dear Indie brother?
We have the Bagawa square here on the left, and then on the right, the Saturn square. And then in the center, they've been superimposed on one another.
Yeah, that's the sigil of Saturn.
Yeah.
And the Saturn, that's the Saturn number square. Yeah.
Saturn number square.
Yeah.
In the sigil.
So it's a square of Saturn, the magical square of Saturn. But so the 1, 2, 3, the 7, 8, 9, and the 4, 5, 6. So the 4 and the 6 become the poles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And can you see, like if you've got that atomic valencies, this is what we're looking at here. We're looking at charged particles and how you've got one pattern with 1, 2, 3, right? And then you've got another pattern interlocking and opposing that pattern with 7, 8, 9. And these two are in a state of balance, 8 and 2. And because of the balance of the 1, 2, 3 and the 7, 8, 9, you've got the 4, 5, 6. So this would be like what a magnet is, right? If you create an electromagnet, you take a 4, 5, 6 piece of metal, which becomes your poles, and you wind the copper wire around it. And the copper wire causes these two forces, which are normally in check and in balance, to invert, right? So instead of having the 9, 8, and the 7, the 1, 2, and the 3, you have this 8 moving over to 2, or the 2 moving over to 8, and you have one-sided polarity. Does that make sense, the way I'm explaining it?
Yeah.
And so then you've got a current moving in a direction. And depending on whether you've got the 2 apex triangle switching and aligning with the 8 apex triangle, or the 8 apex triangle aligning with the 2, you've got a flow of electrons as we talk about it. I don't think it's really like that, but that's the metaphor. Either moving from 4 to 6 or moving from 6 to 4, depending on the directional field. And depending on the directional field would depend on how you coil the copper of the electromagnet, right? And the way that that copper is coiled will decide whether that works. So, you know, that's an interesting concept to look at, what the Saturn square is showing us here. And it's showing us with numbers as well, right? So the 1, 2, 3 is the 6. The 7, 8, 9, right, is the 24, is the 6. And the 4, 5, 6 is the 15. So here we've got 6, 6, 6. So when we think of what 666 relates to, 666 relates to what we're talking about, magnetic fields. And that to me is what I'm seeing being reflected here by these two. And so this is why I'm always talking about Ida and Pingala having to be in balance. But when the two align in one particular direction, you get a magnet. And that magnet causes a reaction. And so it's when the electricity all becomes polarized in one direction, and all of the atoms are moving in that, or polarized in that particular direction, that you get that particular direction. Namaste, Turjoka. How are you doing? Namaste, Rishan. Are we all good? Are you guys well? How's life treating you? We used to be electric, then we fell into matter, Turjoka. I think we're still electric, Turjoka. I think matter is just an illusion that we experience. How's that sit with you guys? We're still completely electric beings. Everything about us is electric. The very fact that our bones are piezoelectric, generating electric charge. Our red blood cells are piezoelectric. Our nervous system is an electric nervous system, right? The hormones are driven by electrics, right? Electromagnetic fields actually stimulate the hormone production and release. And our brains, as well as all of our organs, are wired in electrically to our brain and different systems within our body to manage the electrical potential on a cellular level. And good health is literally measured on a cellular level by the cell's electrical potential. And when the electrical potential is high on a cellular level, you're healthy and you don't get sick. When that electrical potential drops to a certain threshold, you start attracting parasites and illnesses and viruses and whatever else starts to happen. We don't know what a virus is yet. I don't know whether I believe what they've told me a virus is, but I don't know. I'm not an expert on viruses. But it does seem to me that we are completely electrical beings, and that's even just on the physical. And then we think about what thoughts are. Thoughts are not just little things happening in your brain. Your brain is just an electrical conducer, an electrical, yeah, exactly. So, Joker, the whole of matter is essentially an electric field. And it's an electromagnetic field. But I'm wondering, our ideas of magnetism seem to be quite rigid. They tell us that magnetism is not related to cymatics. To me, it doesn't make sense. They tell us that the magnetic fields of the Earth effects is minimal on the ocean, even though there's so much salt. I don't know whether I believe what they tell me. It's very interesting. They tell us that gravity is what causes the waves of the ocean. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, Vincent, it's wavelengths, it's frequencies. So we're just wavelengths of consciousness. And so that the wavelengths of thought that we experience are electromagnetic fields. And those electromagnetic fields are conducted through magnetism into the central nervous system. What do we call that? Induction, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the process of induction brings information from the electromagnetic field, which is around of our bodies, not inside our bodies. And the thoughts that we think then get induced into our brain and into our central nervous system. And so who and what we are, the identity of who we are, is an electromagnetic reality. So I don't disagree with what you say, Tojoka. To me, I think I think we used to be a pure electric being. And then we got more stuck in the physical manifestations of that electrical process and principle to become, what we see as physical bodies. But it's very interesting, these ideas are probably not ideas that popular science will like, in the same way that popular science didn't like the idea of ether. So they got rid of it for 200 years. But ether's back, ladies and gentlemen. Ether's back and better than, bigger and stronger than ever. We call it quantum field. So, there's no escaping the fact that everything is an externalization of a quantum field. And when we look at that quantum field, aren't we talking about electromagnetism? Am I right or am I wrong? What do you guys... Well, they carry electromagnetic. Okay, not all quantum fields are electromagnetic, but quantum electrodynamics is a quantum field theory that describes the interaction of the electromagnetic field with the charged particles such as electrons. While the electromagnetic field itself is one type of a fundamental field, there are other quantum fields such as the electron field. Now, this is where I start to ask questions, right? They want us to draw these distinctions between the electron field and the electromagnetic field. But they're just different types of electrical field. So when I think of that, I think that the electromagnetism is an electrical field. Electron field is an electrical field. The quark field, well, what is the quark? The quark are smaller parts of atoms, but they are still governed by the electrons, right? The Higgs field. The Higgs field is still a quantum field of what they call the quantum entangling field, right? But it's still charged particles, ions, that can navigate through this Higgs field. So it's just very interesting, Mars slaves. So yeah, I think like there's so much that we can learn by studying this Saturn glyph and the Saturn number square. It seems to be able to teach us about everything. It seems to teach us about the Kabbalah. It seems to teach us about magnetism, electromagnetism, about the physiology of the human body, about the principles of manifestation. And I think that the more we apply it, the more we'll see we can apply it. And as philosophers and occultists, we should all be applying it with intensity as much as we can. Excuse me while I drink a bit of water. Are you with us, dear indie brother?
Here. Yeah, I just had to run over and grab a quick snack.
Ah,
With you.
water. Diamagnetic. Adding some diamagnetism to my body.
Yeah. Water's powerful.
That must be why water can sometimes flow up a hill. Yeah,
Yeah.
because if there's a magnetic field for some reason that's strong, focused on a particular part of the earth, could be through gold, because the earth is a capacitor, right?
Mhm.
And it gets all the electrons from the sun bombarding it. It can build up charge, and that charge can be affected by diamagnetic substances, water under the ground, and minerals, rare earth minerals, gold, silver, copper, and create certain reactions. Like, we know what a capacitor is, right? So a capacitor can store energy. So if we've got layers of minerals, of metals, with layers of insulation, organics, with flowing water, right, which has got in it minerals and salts and things, because that's what water has under the ground, probably about 160 parts per million minerals, dissolved salts. So maybe more. You can see how the earth can become powerful electrically and produce a magnetic field, and water diamagnetically can repel that and start flowing up a hill. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's interesting. And also we have the Nile River, which is one of the only rivers that goes it goes away from the equator. It goes towards the equator, and then it goes away from the equator after that for a long time. But it's very rare in rivers for it to be doing as such. They usually go towards the equator. So we have like certain things where the pressure is changing the path of something to go away that it shouldn't be going, whether that's uphill or away from the pole or whatever it is. It's interesting to see that happens. But I know that Victor Schauberger was able to show with as a engineer, he worked with water, and he tried to help them build a spruce for the trees they were foresting there, and he ended up showing that you can take two streams of water and then meet them in the middle with an egg shape, and as they spiral around, the water will create an anti-gravitic effect and push and spray out like a fountain out of the top. So water can have anti-gravitic properties to it when it's pushed in certain ways. It's interesting.
That's very interesting, because what this means is if you can influence the movement of water through its diamagnetic effects, right?
Mm-hmm.
That can have electrical effects.
Yeah, he was strong on the idea that water has to stay moving, and that living water turns on its bed, so it picks up minerals as it turns over in its bed. But dead water is flat and still, and kind of the bed just kind of gets mucked up over time because it doesn't really pull things up with its movement. It kind of gets slowed down and it's not good. So he developed pipes that you could use in your house that travel in a vortex shape that he said would maintain living water vibrations.
Yeah, that makes me think about what we know about the pyramids. Turjoka mentioned the pyramids, and that there seems like a lot of the pyramids, there seem to have been running water at the base of these pyramids.
Yeah.
And
Solomon too.
yeah, that moving water with that effect, because if you can, okay, so if water is diamagnetic, let's just roll with this. It means it repels a magnetic field, right? What happens if you force water to be close to a magnetic field that it's trying to repel? It's going to produce a certain amount of resistance, like pressure. Surely there must be some way to turn that magnetic pressure with some kind of a valve, proverbial valve system that can siphon off of that pressure electrical current. Because the water's natural instinct is to move away from a magnetic field, right? But if you block it moving away from a magnetic field and you force it to go around and round a magnetic field at the same rate, the distance, that water is going to become excited. And it's going to create all sorts of electrical effects. Isn't it interesting to think about it in that way?
Yeah, you could maybe create 0-point energy that way. You're just going to try and see what it would do.
And so we hear about people making these water motors and we laugh it off. A lot of people laugh it off. Maybe we don't. But when you really think about it and you really question it, it's like, even with the science that they've allowed us to know, we can look through the cracks of what they haven't allowed us to know and get an idea of how things actually work. They've left enough truth in the bowl of lies that we can distill the truth from the bowl of lies to actually get a fairly honest representation of what's going on. And isn't it interesting how that seems to be a universal principle? Politics, they show us enough truth that if we distill the truths from politics, we will see the lie in the bowl of politics. Money, finances. They show us enough of the truth in the lie of finance that we can see the lie of what they're doing. The same can be said for education, every different system of control that they use to manipulate humanity, to drive our development down particular lines. So I think there's a close parallel here, and we haven't even touched personal magnetism yet, have we?
No, I've been thinking about animal magnetism, personal magnetism. The biggest hoax of all, the opposites attract magnetism. But there is some truth to that, but I think a lot of people have misconstrued it in modern society and have gotten lost in it sometimes.
I think this is part of the whole thing with magnetism and electricity. They try and tell us that they're almost opposites.
Yeah.
When I think they're the same.
They're the same.
And I think there's something in what you're saying about
resonance attracts, right? And then
what?
Resonance attracts. And then we have like what's the opposite of resonance? We have dissonance. Dissonance is like opposites, right? Sometimes opposites will be dissonant of each other. And so when we have their vibration and they're resonant of each other, it'll boost their vibrations together. But when there's a dissonance, it kind of makes your vibrations lower. So, how is that going to boost your attractive factor? But there's a subtle paradoxical aspect of it, where they kind of like have kind of programmed us to have these particular genders that work on certain of our inclinations. But there's the sacred masculine and the sacred feminine aspect, where we do have kind of opposite ways of doing things in such a way that can be complementary in a traditional way, and then there's a non-traditional way that's more modern, where actually ties back to more of a matriarchal way, where there's an equal kind of shared power. Oh, excuse me for a minute. Or the man actually takes the passive side and the woman takes the active side, which we see with a lot of like at-home fathers today and stuff. But traditionally, men would take the active side, and then the mother would take the passive side, and the father would take the active side. And then you see that in disciplinary roles a lot of times. And the passive side will be more coddling sometimes, although it will be more loving. And the assertive active side will be more disciplinary sometimes, but although not as loving sometimes. So when you can have the complementary aspect within both, it can be very effective when you use them at the right times.
Namaste, Neil. How are you doing? Hope you're good. Hope you're thriving. You're right, hey, brother. Indy, you're so on point, I noticed with my son and his mom doesn't discipline him. I'm the one that disciplines him.
Yeah, I see that sometimes. It's tough.
But she loses it.
Yeah,
like easily.
Yeah.
With him. Gets angry. And she thinks that's discipline, and it's not discipline. Discipline is today when we came down the mountain and I counted 75 minutes. He was going to wait till he got his tablet. 75 minutes. That's long, yeah, buddy. 75 minutes. I made him wait 75 minutes. I made him wait 90 minutes plus because he nagged me. And I told him, if he nagged me, I'm going to make it longer. And I did it. That's discipline.
Yep.
He waited almost 2 hours to get his tablet.
Wow.
When you're young, that's a long time, huh?
Yeah.
It's like it goes on forever. Like 2 hours is like, it's like half a day. It's like forever.
Yeah.
Especially when you're waiting for something you really want. He wanted to play Minecraft, but he was behaving badly this morning. So I said, I'm going to limit. And then I said, no, I don't know if I'm going to let you touch it. And I said, okay, if you behave well. So he started behaving well, but then he was still like trying to talk to me about guns on the mountain. I said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Every time he's trying to ask me a question about a gun and talk to me about a gun on the mountain, I'm going to add on time, because this is the mountain. We don't talk about guns on the mountain. This is the mountain, buddy. This is like nature. But I'm training him. I'm teaching him. This is Bolenat. Thank you, Tojoka. Namaste, Occult Examiner. How are you doing? Hope you're thriving. Hope you're well. Hope you're good, Neil. Hope everybody's well. Yeah, so that's like often an interesting point. It's usually one of the parents plays the role. Sometimes it's a man, sometimes it's a woman. Very often it's the woman, I've noticed, that tend to play these roles these days, because men have forgotten how to be men. Right? The men are like, I'm old Greg. I got a mangina. The women are like, okay, like, that's not going to work, dude. So, big love. Blessed be. So, I think like this is that beautiful polarity here, being expressed. It doesn't just work for electricity. It doesn't just work for magnetism. It doesn't just work for the occult. It doesn't just work for like matter and spirit. It even works for like parenting a child. Yeah. There you've got the parent. There you've got the 7, 8, and the 9. There you've got the 1, the 2, and the 3, right? And they got to be in balance. And when they're in balance, then you got the child there, 4, 5, 6, right? That's the magnetic polarity that's being created by the binding of these two opposing electron fields. Yeah? Polarities. And to keep that field in check is for the child to be in a state of balance. So, you know, it seems like universal. I still though struggle. Okay, what about gravity, right? When I think about gravity, I think about density. Is it just me? Like how dense things are? They displace the ether. So the more dense, the more displacement of the ether, the more powerful they create a deficit in the ether between objects that we can see as magnetism. So to me, it's the density here and the density here collapsing the space between the two. And the greater the densities, the greater the collapsing of space. So what we call magnetism, I call the collapsing of space. Not magnetism, sorry, gravity. Or the principle of the collapsing of space. And then, you know, that repulsion is actually the expansion of space. So space is like, you know, collapsing and expanding.
Yeah.
Right? Entropy and anentropy. And the collapsing of space, which is a reflection of density, this is just how my brain tries to make sense of it, is what we're experiencing as the centrifugal gravitational field, and the centripetal gravitational field is the expansion of space. So space is both expanding and contracting, and isn't that what a toric field does?
Expand it.
Yeah, you guys are talking about the full moon and the lunar eclipse. Woo, baby, baby, baby. It's gonna be a big one. The moon is in Pisces. There's just no messing around with the moon in Pisces, right? The feminine side of Jupiter and the moon dancing together.
Yeah, I had a hypnosis by a Pisces like earlier this week. It was really good. A quantum healing hypnosis therapy, like Dolores Cannon style. It was a good one. We went through a couple past lives, and then we talked to the subconscious.
Where did you do that?
At my house here.
Nice.
Yeah, I had a reverend doctor come by, and it took about 3 hours. This is pretty good.
Sweet, brother. Yeah. Speaking about this eclipse and the blood moon in Pisces, it's a really powerful time for shadow work, people. It's a powerful time for shadow work because the moon is falling into the shadow of the earth. And then the moon is emerging from the shadow of the earth. So this earth shadow is also reflective of electrical interaction with the sun. The earth getting in the way of the electrical interactions with the sun is what causes the shadow, because this is like an interesting concept, right? The moon is being charged by the power of the sun, and then it's not being charged by the power of the sun, and then it's being charged by the power of the sun. And when it's not being charged with the power of the sun, it's falling into the shadow. And so it literally goes into our own shadow. So it's a time for like looking at our deepest wounds that go right back to childhood, to our deepest, most sensitive moments of those currents of the unconscious. What are you going to be doing, dear Indy?
I'm going to be looking at the moon.
Do you look at the moon when it happens?
Yes. I try to. If it's not over the horizon, it's a mountainous region, so sometimes it's not visible here. Although if I were to go somewhere else, I could see it.
Yeah, here we are like in the epicenter, huh?
Yeah.
Of what they call the full 100% of it. In fact, the center of it, the exact median middle line is 400 miles from here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So here in Cape Town, we're pretty close to it, but I won't be looking at it. Guess how I interact with the moon in these times?
Yeah.
I'm going to be tuning into the earth. I'm going to be tuning into the earth, and because the moon is often speaking so loudly you can't hear the earth talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so this is going to be a time when the moon stops talking for a little while. So we'll be able to very powerfully listen to the earth's gnomic mumbles. And yeah, so that's quite exciting. I think it's going to be a powerful event, and intrinsically, I would suggest everybody, it's really a good idea to prepare yourself for this beforehand, because it's going to be a very powerful release of unconscious information. This is going to be one of the most powerful releases of unconscious information out of any of the previous, by the way. Everybody's always talking about it, but like that full moon being in Pisces, being a blood moon, being a full lunar eclipse, I mean, there are a lot of factors working together here. And just in case, like, you know, to look at it from this as well, the numbers, it's going to be the 7th of the 9th, right? That's 16. 16, the 20th century and the 25th year, right? So that's 45 plus 16 becomes 61. Just the numbers. And so 61, 6 is Venus, is the harmony of Venus, and 1 is that integrity of the sun. And so 61 is the harmony of Venus working through the integrity of the sun. Brings us to number 7, which is the south node of the moon. And the south node of the moon is related to our karmic pasts, as opposed to the north node of the moon being related to our karmic futures. So it's about the karmic pasts being drawn from deep in our karmic pasts through the house of Pisces, which is the unconscious, with the blood moon eclipsing. So there's like, gives us an idea of some of the things to consider. Blavatsky, yes, Venus is really important because Venus is the only planet that spins in a different direction to the other planets. Venus is on her own mission. She's not following the conventions of anybody else. And so she relates to our emotional states of harmony, that emotional equilibrium of harmony that we can experience. And you see it as the Om sign, right? Om. That's Libra. Libra is the masculine side of Venus. And then you see it in the circle holding the crescent. In other words, that aspect of Taurus. The circle holding the crescent is reflective of the toric field, right? That crescent that's being held by the Taurus, by the circle, is the toric field. That's what it represents. And so this is why Taurus exalts the moon. So Venus exalts the moon when she's feminine, and when she's masculine, she is Libra, the sign of energy, Om. So it's not by accident that we've used the sign of Libra for ohms, electrical potential. And the electrical potential is what comes from the toric field, right? And is what binds and holds the toric field. We call it magnetism, but I'm starting to think it's all just electrical. What we call magnetism are just electrical reactions. I'm trying to stop my brain from creating the distinction between magnetism and electricity, even though it's easy to think of them in terms of understanding the polarizing effects of electrical fields. It's still electrical fields acting. And we call it magnetism, but it's still actually electrical fields. And this is why we speak of electromagnetism. It's a clever way of sort of hiding in plain sight that it's all just electricity, that everything is just electricity. And I think when we think of it like that, then we start to understand that the electricity as it is here, electricity is always about polarity. And so that's like brings into alignment the Hermetic principles, right? And here we've got 9 Hermetic principles, right? But when we like really look at it, it's quite interesting because we've got the 4 here, right? Which you could say is the root of 1 point. And the 6, which is, you could say, is the apex of Venus. So Taurus and Libra expressing these 2 concepts sort of represents the axis, if you will. And so it does relate to the axis mundi, I think. This is my potential or my concepts. But anyway, what are your thoughts, dear Indie brother? I can't hear you, by the way.
I was thinking about how you were talking about an axis between Taurus and Libra. It's fascinating to me. I feel like the axis, but those 2 are not. Those are far apart from each other. Are they not? May and what, like November or September? May and September. So like kind of like spring and fall, different seasons from one another. Whereas I was thinking of like the scale between like Aries and Pisces, although they circle back on each other. So it's fascinating to see what you're pointing at, but where would you put Aries and Pisces on that scale? Would it be in the middle, or would it be on
I'm gone.
the points.
Come to the house.
Well,
Okay.
I would put Aries as relating to the 9
I gotta go to the
Yeah.
bathroom.
Okay. Oh wow.
at the head of the table. And I would put Pisces as relating to the 7. Sorry, relating to the 3, but carrying the shadow of the 7. If that makes sense.
Good.
Because Neptune has close associations with Pisces, right?
Yeah. I think.
But
so.
essentially, Jupiter is the rulership, and Mars has close is the ruler of Aries. But Aries has certain associations with the Sun as well,
Oh,
right?
okay. Yeah.
So
Mars.
the 1 and the 9 represent 10. In the same way that the 4 and the 6 represent 10, the same way that the 3 and 7 represent 10, same way that the 8 and the 2 represent 10. So the Saturn carries the shadow of the moon, right?
Mhm.
And the moon carries the shadow of Saturn, if that makes sense. Neptune carries the shadow of Jupiter. The sun carries the shadow of Mars. This is why often in occult works, for solar operations, iron and steel can be used. You know,
Yeah.
it's just food for thought.
Isn't it
So-
just that the moon veils Saturn and that the sun veils Neptune or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it as a diagram, shh, go do it. I'm watching, and I'm counting. Now she's making him a sandwich. He's got his mother wrapped around her finger. Because this is how children operate, right?
Mm-hmm.
They play you. They're like suddenly they're hungry when it's bedtime. He doesn't get away with that with dad. Like this is what I'm saying, discipline. Like dad's like, no, I'll tell him before time. If you want to eat now, but you're not eating. Last night he wanted to eat Thai curry. I said, no, it's bedtime. You have to eat Thai curry for breakfast if you want to have Thai curry. I'll put it in the fridge. There was a whole lot of Thai curry left. So he had Thai curry for breakfast this morning. That should give you an indication of how good my Thai curry is. But yeah, getting back to this notion, I don't know if you're with me, Indy. So okay, number 1 is the sun. Yeah.
Right.
Number 2, let me make it even easier. Easier? You can make it easier than that. But how? How can you make it easier? I can do it with an image. With an image? Really?
Mhm.
Watch me make it easier with an image. Okay. There we go. And Bob's your uncle. So there comes Bob doing uncle business, right? So there you can see Bob in the uncle business. I hope you can see it. Yes, there it is. So you can see number 1 there is the sun. This is like typical numerology. Number 2 is the moon, numerology, typical. 3 is Jupiter. 4 is the North Node and Uranus, typical. 5 is Mercury, typical. 6 is Venus, typical. 7 is the South Node and also Neptune, typical. 8 is Saturn, typical, and 9 is Mars, typical. So then we go to this image, and with that in mind, we now look at the relationship between these, right? So we see 9, Mars, carries the shadow of 1. It's a linear alignment of polarity. We see 3, Jupiter, carries the shadow of the moon. It's a linear alignment. We see that 4 and 6 carry the linear shadows of each other. That represents, Venus is 6. So Venus in its masculine form is 6 shadowing 4. Venus in its feminine form is 4 shadowing 6, right? So Jupiter in its masculine form is 3 shadowing 7, Sagittarius. In its feminine form is 7 shadowing 3, Pisces. The moon in its only form is 2, but it holds a special relationship with Saturn, which is related to the black sun, related to the sun, Leo. This is mystical connection here. Then 1 is the sun, and it only holds its own special relation, but it has a special relationship with Mars. Mars being a special connection with it, even though it's not entirely a polarized system between the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon become a polarity in each other. They're sort of unique in that way. So, but then you can see all the others, they all follow the same train of thought. So Capricorn is really 8 overshadowing 2, right? But when we look at Aquarius is carrying more of the 2 energy, more of the empathy in what it represents, interaction with a group. And Mars is carrying that powerful Mars energy, but it's also carrying, a very subtle charge of solar potential, but a very empowering sense of solar potential with Aries. So the 1 is almost negated in Scorpio, right? Which then aligns 9 in a way with 2. So you can almost see how this creates that spinning wheel, right? What we call the SWAT sticker, 2 to 9, 9 to 1, 1 to 8. Yeah.
Mhm.
And 7 to 6, 6 to 3, 3 to 4. See? So like it's interesting. You can play with this little toy forever, and it can just keep giving you more incredible insights from my perspective. That that beautiful sigil and that beautiful number square of Saturn, it's the gift that just keeps giving. You can just distill more occult lore from it, just absorb it out of it, because it's like a little computer. It's a key code. That's what my girlfriend described it as. She said it looks like a key code. Like when you want to enter in like a locked door, you got a keypad, deet, 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 and that's the key code that unlocks the lock. It's exactly what it is. But yeah, brother, I think I've exhausted myself from ideas. What's on your mind? Have you got any other ideas that you want to throw at us?
Yeah, I've thought of a few things. I've been thinking about how one experience that I had where I had kind of an out-of-body experience, I was brought to another realm. I got the impression during this experience where I found myself kind of encased within an orb in a place where there was really no physical matter. It was really everything was electrical. But I felt like I was in like what they call a Faraday cage, where there was like electrical currents would not let me escape this Faraday cage. and that this realm, from this place where I was, which is where my mind really was, but it was like in the simulation, which is here during this experience. I felt like this place was an illusion, and the matter here was used as part of the illusion to keep us feel like we're trapped and we have to stay on the surface and we can't float up and go wherever we really want, because it makes things work better so that we don't have to see the chains that are holding us down in the stimulation. I got that impression. So it kind of made me feel like the matter, the idea of matter being solid and gravity like binding us, to me was kind of like an illusion that we entertain here. And I felt like it's not a necessary illusion to maintain. I feel like I could transcend this illusion and begin to levitate, or maybe potentially like fly at some point. I always try to see if I can move things with my mind or feel like I can feel lighter. And I do feel like I can feel a lot lighter if I try to focus on it. And I feel like eventually I could levitate. I used to work with these levitating guru monks, and they were I went to Plymouth State University, and my mathematics professor was one of these monks, and he and his wife levitated out in the woods out there. We built them a pagoda, and they would go out there and levitate. What they would do is they would sit in Indian position and they would hop, and they'd take pictures of them like floating in the air after they had hopped. But they said like when you do it, you can really feel like when you hop, there's a point where you're like really floating before you start to fall. So it's an interesting experience. But I feel like there are people that can levitate, and I've seen people that are levitating and they have like a sword that they bring around them in all directions. There's no strings on them. So maybe I always thought that the only thing that could possibly have been would be that the sword was like not magnetic, but that there was a magnet that was making them float. But I would think that it would have to be a very strong magnet. But I really truly believe that people can do that. I know there's charlatans out there. But I really believe that it's been documented that people can defy gravity and be able to float in the air. So I think that comes with being able to align yourself, like they mentioned with the ideal crystal, where all the lattices are aligned perfectly. I think you can learn to kind of try to align your magnetic pulses of maybe your blood, align your magnetic energy of your cells in such ways where you could maybe start to move things around you or be able to lift yourself up. I think that's possible. And I think there's going to be more to discover about that. They've already documented some amazing cases in modern times. So if it's been seen in modern times, we know that this has persisted. And there's always like in the movies, like talks about how you inherited like the special sorcery gifts of like the witches or something from your ancestors, from your family or something. And maybe there's like something to that. They've been trying to maybe suppress some of these powers, and they show that these people have been hunted. But maybe instead of actually having to hunt them, they found more subversive ways to weaken their abilities or disempower them by taking away their belief in the ability to have such powers over things, which is definitely something that's gone on. So I feel like, they've kind of in a lot of ways through making movies and fictional books about these things, in a lot of ways they've made it seem like fictional and farcical. But in some ways, they've been bringing some light to people who know intuitively that there is some power behind this. It's real truth, that they feel it. And so it kind of goes along true with the ability to have bioluminescence. I feel like we can have bioluminescence and we can levitate. And I feel like maybe that comes from being in a subterranean environment for some times, developing the bioluminescence. It was said that the Caucasian race didn't become pale until about 8,000 years ago. But recently I heard 3,000 years ago. But to me, that seems a bit absurd, but it's possible. You know, you never know. But I think 8,000 years ago, to me, sounds more feasible. And I feel like having bioluminescence is interesting. I recently saw a documentary of this gentleman. I don't really have his name on me right now, but he was able to take photographs with a certain lens inside of goggles that they would put on, like a kind of a scuba diving goggles and a lens, and then the camera was kind of sealed onto the lens, so there was no light escaping. And so they would have the individuals think of an image, and he was able to photograph images that resembled what they were thinking about. And so it was thought that potentially the retina may project like a hologram of the images that are on our mind onto the world around us, which is really interesting because the Romans used to say that our eyes are like a lantern, and they like project the light of the things we see from our eyes, which was later discredited. But I feel like that still information is stuck around for a reason, because people feel intuitively that there's something really to that. And so it's really interesting that in a lot of ways that we do kind of project the world that we want to see onto the world around us, and influences the way we influences the way we see things and perceive and interpret things. So what do you got, Franklin? I love this Saturn sigil. Is beautiful.
I'm showing you what the Saturn sigil is explaining to us.
Yes.
That we're seeing outwards and inwards at the same time.
Is the center
Right?
the Mercury?
Yeah. The center is Mercury, number 5.
Gotcha.
Josh, please go and get into bed, my boy. I'm going to come give you a hug and a kiss now. I love you more than anything in the world. Shh. Straight to bed. It's late.
Now, what's the one that's above Venus? Number 7. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Josh.
So like what you can see is these polarizing effects, atomic effects. You can also consider them as like we're experiencing reality, and we are projecting through our eyes what we see, while we are receiving through our eyes what is seen. You notice how those words do that?
Yeah.
We are projecting through our eyes what we see, while we are seeing what we receive, while we are receiving through our eyes what we are seeing. And this is like a very interesting point of perspective. And I believe that the pineal gland generates light inside the head, that enlightenment isn't some metaphor. It isn't some concept that you get to this state and you're enlightened. No, there's just a continual production of light within the pineal gland. And the light of that pineal gland travels through the center of the head to touch the pituitary gland, creating an axis of light between the thalamus and hypothalamus, where the pineal and pituitary glands are situated. And this is an electrical effect, stimulation. And this generates these two potential polarities of a electric field. And so, yeah, I to me, it makes perfect sense, right? And the more, let me give you a little example of what I'm talking about. My ex-wife and myself, we never used a torch in the jungles ever. We developed night vision. And you can see in the dark. And you know what you notice when you're looking in the dark? Trees are radiating light. Animals are radiating light. You are radiating light. Isn't that interesting?
Maybe.
Everything is radiating light. And you can see by the light that everything's radiating outwards. So light is coming towards objects from external sources, but there's a different kind of a frequency of light being shone outwards from objects. So our eyes are projecting out one frequency of light, and then we are receiving a different frequency of light. Now, we are able to measure the frequency of light that we're receiving, but we haven't gotten down to measuring the frequency of light that we're projecting. That's my take on it. But I do, and I think this is how animal magnetism works. Yeah? This is why a hypnotist can hypnotize you, because they are projecting light out through their eyes into your eyes. And they are projecting light at an object, a pendulum, through their eyes. And you are receiving the light coming from the pendulum through your eyes. So there's this conduit of force that can act as a subtle connector. This is, somebody mentioned animal magnetism previously, and these are like these principles of animal magnetism, right? That a movement in the air can affect these currents, electrical patterns of currents. So Reiki, right? Moving your hands through your energetic field. Just do this, you can feel it. Feels so damn good, man. Especially when you've been sitting here for I'm gonna try not to have like a energy orgasm here, but you can sort of channel all of this energy through your body, and you can feel where there's points that need to be sort of adjusted using your magnets, because your hands are channeling this electrical current. And so you can see, okay, so this needs a charge up, right? Like you got to find that balance between all of these different polarities. And so you can basically affect your whole energy field. So you can wave your hands, you can create a sigil to hold a pattern that will reshape the electromagnetic field, which will imprint onto the prana, which will carry that signal. So, you know, this animal magnetism principle works in this way as well. And that's sort of, that's my thoughts on it. That the eyes are, and that's what the Saturn sigil seems to be suggesting to me, that there's this inner and outer. And as much as we experience reality on the physical plane, we experience it in our emotional body as well. That's another interesting point. And the very nature of the physical reality we experience on the physical plane is determined by the emotional quality of reality that we experience within ourselves. And the emotional quality of reality that we experience within ourselves is also in proportion and directly equitable with the experience of the physical external reality that we're experiencing. So they work in two ways, like that sigil suggests, yeah? You know, a total structure of harmony. And so this also represents the future and the past and time and the movement of time in such a fashion. So it's quite interesting, you know.
Yeah, it's interesting how you know, when you have strong emotions, like seeing like strong world around you is very impacting. Whereas people are more dull, the world is very dull to them and they don't really see much excitement there. It's fascinating how that kind of works there. And I've always kind of wondered about that and really have a hard time seeing like ghosts and paranormal experiences and stuff, because I feel like there's a lot there that's facilitated by the ability to be like excited by fear. When you're excited state of fear, you could maybe see like more spooky things. I don't really know, but I've always been very calm and have like only had like one paranormal experience where I was able to see spirits moving things. But I know that there's always like things happening in my house and my girlfriend's house, where things are falling down a lot. And during the show, I felt like something grabbed my arm, but it was like a good embrace, maybe like a lost loved one or something. But I do feel like there's like really more going on energetically than we're really taught to believe in. But we see it more like when we're children. We kind of lead ourselves out of allowing the imagination to open those channels of perception.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that this is like what we're talking about here with that Saturn sigil. We can experience reality on an internal level through the node of the moon, right? Through the number 2. So if you've ever played Ouija board, when the number 2 comes up, it relates to mediumship. So mediumship relates to channeling. This is sphere of the moon, life and death. And number 8 is related to causing effects magically. Yeah. Saturn, time, space. So these two are in a state of perfect equilibrium and balance and harmony, and represent this, expansive outward direction, and inner direction. So you could say that the 1, the 3, and the 8 represent that. And then you could say the 7, the 9, and the 2 and represent something different. On the one hand, the 9 of Scorpio and the 2 of Cancer, and the 7 of Neptune represents the internal, right? Then on another hand, the Aries, the 9 of Aries and the 8 of Saturn, and the 7 of the South Node, which is the past, represents the externalizing. In the same way that the 7, which is Neptune, represents the internalizing as opposed to the externalizing. I hope I said that the Aries, the Capricorn, and the Neptune principles here, Mars being externalizing. So, it's very interesting. Mars is a really interesting planet for that reason, because Scorpio is the most occult of all the planets, right? Scorpio is all about the deep emotional occult currents. Aries is all about direct action. Go out into the world and become a transformer, in a sense, producing action. And so it's humanitarianism in its purest form, Aries, right? Got to go and pioneer some new thing. It's a worldly devotion of the perfect expression of Saturn, if you would. So, yeah, very interesting. Totally interesting. And 969 to Joker. Interesting that you got that there. That's Cancer, and I would look at 969 and when I see 69, it makes me think of Cancer, the astrological sign of Cancer, which is actually the moon. right? But the principle of 6 and the principle of 9, because 6 represents harmony, but 9 represents bringing physical, spiritual into harmony. So there's this dichotomy between Venus and Saturn, and which is rather interesting to consider as an energetic principle, and maybe not as obvious. But yeah, are there any last ideas on your mind, dear Indie Stage? We're getting into the last. It's the 3 hours and 35 minutes.
Yeah, I see the dichotomy between Venus and Saturn there, where we have like the generative properties of the goddess from Venus, and then from Saturn, like the devourer of her creation, the children, which for the gods who are feuding for the power, you know, it makes sense that they fight each other and maybe even fight each other off to be able to get that power. But for their mothers, like, it doesn't make that much sense. And so, like, for the creators, it's like a sad time. But for the power hungry warmongers, it's like time for celebration, which kind of shows like, you know, a strong dichotomy and like the way they've kind of grown into seeing the same thing in a different way. And so that kind of reflects a lot on parenting strategies as well. Like the mother doesn't really want to see conflict and violence with their own child, and so probably won't enact it. May coddle the child, but hopefully will be able to give the child guidance, which is the best possible scenario. Whereas the father, you know, may want to see the child to learn from violence and being hit or being teased or emotionally hurt, to be able to be prodded into being strengthened. Both of these approaches have you know, honorable intent and noble way about them, and can both complementarily help one another really shape a child to learn from both aspects, to feel loved and to feel guided and to feel toughened and strengthened at the same time. It can be good if it's done the right way. So it's interesting to see how those two aspects come into play with that kind of scale that we were putting together with Venus and Saturn.
Yeah, that's beautiful. You know, the harmony and the structuring.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Joshua's mother. When I first started taking him up the mountain, she was like, "Shame, this poor little boy," because he was complaining that his legs were sore.
Oh,
Of course your legs are sore, dude. You're climbing a mountain. What did you think? And so she tried to like, and I was like, don't mollycoddle him. He's got to get strong, you know?
yeah.
And now he's so strong.
That's awesome.
He's so tough as a result of it. Like it's made his bone density increase. His muscles are so, he's a little powerhouse. Physically powerful. And what I was thinking about was, this is going to improve his nutrition. This is going to improve his muscular strength. It's going to improve his hormones, you know. Namaste. Welcome back, Howard. So I've pushed him quite hard, right? Mm-hmm. Like, even if it's like bad weather, even if it's heavy winds, even if it's like a little bit of rain drizzling, I've often pushed him like, let's go. And the result is like, it's, you know, it's been good for him. Had I allowed his mom to mollycoddle him, then I believe this, like, if we go too much one way or the other way, right? Like the one way says, let's go towards the nurturing of 2, right? And the nurturing of 2 rests upon 6, the moon and Venus. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the other way goes towards the lessons, the harsh lessons potentially of Saturn, that rests upon 4. upon knowledge, right? Learning, becoming strong. The other one is like, the embracing the nurturing of harmony, like you were talking about. So the 4 and the 8 and the 6 and the 2 are connected in this way. And the 2 and the 8 become the polarizing factors. And the same as the 4 and 6, for example. So, if you allow your child to become overly nurtured, can he be overly nurtured? Yeah, I believe you can. If this green triangle is pulling too far, then the balance, the blue line won't be in a state of imbalance between the Saturn and the lunar. And that'll throw all of the geometry out. And then the principles won't work so well. So you can over-nurture your child. And I think when you over-nurture your child becomes too internalized. And the over-internalization then puts a strain on number 7 and number 9. Number 9, the strain on number 9 means the child is unable to become functional and active. Right? And the strain on number 7 means the child gets affected adversely by groups of people and crowds and environmental factors because they're oversensitive. So too much nurturing makes a child oversensitive, too internalized, and puts a strain on their ability to self-actualize through 9, which is how they're going to become a transformative force in the world. Now, if you put in too much of the masculine force of harsh lessons, right, then that's going to produce its own issues with number 3 and with number 1. In other words, the integrity can become an issue. And the integrity becoming an issue, the creative potential can become an issue. So you can harm a child's creativity and you can harm their integrity so that they're not being true to themselves. In other words, you can teach them so many lessons, right, that they start becoming what you want them to become without being who they are. And that's a loss of integrity. And they can stop their own natural intuitive expression of number 3 to bring the creative thinking into play. So there's your pitfalls of too much 8 on the one side, the 1 and the 3 suffer. And there's the pitfalls of too much 2. So neurodiversity often has effects of too much 7 and 9 being out of balance, with many of the children suffering from neurodiversity these days, right? And there's a lot of nurturing happening. In the old days, when we were in school, capital punishment, right? You were around in capital punishment, right, Indy?
Yeah.
They used to beat the crap out of you guys, yeah?
Yeah.
They beat the crap out of us too. Now,
Yes.
that system could potentially affect our integrity and our creativity. Right? We
Right.
become more, loss of integrity means we lie to protect ourselves.
Mhm.
And it also means that we are too scared to be ourselves because we don't want to stand out because we're all wearing uniforms, right? It's easier to just fall into a group mind and become an Araman expression. And 3, but these days, there's too much negative effects of 7 and negative effects of 9. So the negative effects of 7 means over-internalized, too self-absorbed into their own emotional experience. And the negative effect of 9 means they cannot self-actualize themselves, right? And that has got to do with, like, I'll give you an example, like start doing something that's like, oh, I'm tired, I can't do that. Or start trying to push yourself. Oh, I can't do that. It's sore on my legs when I do that. Or I can't do that. Oh, it makes me feel stressed when I do that. Do you see what I mean?
Oh yeah.
We didn't get that privilege when we were young, did we?
I
We
don't
got
know.
the stick when we didn't do it.
Everybody excuse when you use bad motivational strategies, you see more excuses. Like, oh yeah, I don't want to do that until later, or yeah, I don't have to worry about that right now. Or but if you use good motivational strategies, people seem to want to do things sooner. Like, oh yeah, we could do that. That'd be good. Maybe we'll do that right now. You know what I mean? But like, I feel like it has an impact on people, the attitude you have. But I think everybody could come up with an excuse when there's something you have to do, especially lazy people nowadays when they've got the food weapon system. They're feeling fatigued all the time, especially after a long day of work where they're not even making enough money to pay the bills. And then you want to charge them more money to do more stuff that they weren't ready to do. Yeah, I could see a lot of people coming up with like reason why, oh, my back hurts so much, or you know what, maybe we should just call it a day. I hear so many people always saying stuff about let's do something later because like right now I'm just really tied up and busy. I'm glad I don't have to worry about doing that for me. My mind's just like really blank all the time. I don't have like preoccupying thoughts that are racing around in my mind where I have to like write it all down first before I go off and do something. So for me, I'm like a ready to go person. Like I'm always ready to go like right now, but I do have a little dementia. So if I don't do things like right now and I don't set an alarm to do something later, it probably won't happen. So for me, like there's really advantages to living in the now. And I don't think really people want to live in the now. They want to tell themselves that because they don't. And have to remind themselves to go back and live in the now sometimes. They'd rather not be here in the now. They'd rather just put things off and do stuff later and like get half things done and live in a world of like half done things. But like I feel like I'm like super extra motivated by my mindfulness is like almost toxic because I'm stuck in the now. Like I don't really want to put things off to do for later because like it's just gonna be another thing I have to worry about or think about. So when I have things done, I could just relax. It's more peaceful for me. But I don't know. I feel like I've gotten in this way because I've kind of isolated myself a lot in my like strictness of my like discipline or something. It kind of makes people like nervous around me because things are so neat or something and they're gonna mess something up. I don't really know. But also I do value my solitude. So I may like kind of keep myself in a place where I have time to like read some books, which has gotten very difficult in modern day society with things moving so fast as they do. And people being like on these like cordless leashes that I used to call them.
Yeah, brother, I'm into that, being in the present is really a big part of it. And I think like you speak about positive motivation.
Yeah.
And when I look at that, I see it like this. Positive motivation has some metaphorical stick in it of consequences and some nurturing of that acceptance and, this is who and what you are. It's fine. Be who you are. And that oscillation between these two moves us closer to the center of 5. And 5 then becomes the spirit of perfect motivation. In fact, number 5 represents motivation, if you will. Yeah. Because it's the beginning of the movement, right? In the Enneagram. So 5, Mercury, is that principle of changeability, of transformative potential. So that's absolutely it. So we got given the orange triangle, and we got really hard and strong at like external things, and now the kids are getting given the green triangle, and it's like a polarizing effect. Well, what's really needed is a little bit of both to be perfectly healthy. Yeah, like I give my son quite a lot of leeway, let him get away with quite a lot, because part of the whole nurturing thing is give them space to grow, right? But part of the disciplinarian thing is take action when you need to take action. Mm-hmm. And I think this is probably one of the most difficult things in this dynamic is navigating between these two polarities to try and stay as close to the realm of 5 as possible. Because 5 then just becomes clear communication. Yeah. And that clear communication carries its own drive towards positive transformation and growth, which is rooted in harmony and comes from knowledge, which is the experience gained from the strictness. So, you know, I think that this is like my boy. I give him some big rewards. He's so surprised because he's the only 9-year-old that's got his own pellet gun. Because like the 9-year-old kids, they don't really get these guns. You know, they get like tiny little things. They get, what do you call them these days? But when we were young, we got given pellet guns, didn't we?
Yeah.
But modern day, like, no, it's too dangerous. Do you see what I mean?
And they got the little plastic ones. And just kind of bounce right off you.
Yeah. In our days, the pellet gun was a dangerous thing. You had to be careful.
Yeah.
You can shoot it and it's going to make a hole in someone's skin. It's going to make them bleed. Or you can shoot their eye out, you know?
Yep.
So we had to learn to take responsibility when we were young. Now the children are being driven away from responsibility. They don't have to take responsibility for anything because it's just nurture them. No. So you see the two extremes. Each extreme creates its own. So you got to sort of drive in with both forces.
You know what really shocked me is that they raised the age of being able to get tobacco products to 21 in the States. I feel like that's just nuts. I don't know. I feel like they used to have an age of 18 for drinking, and they've raised that to 21. And so, like, the slaves are like not allowed to like enjoy life until they're like much older now than they used to be able to enjoy life. And now things is just getting more harder for these kids.
Yeah, but look at what they're doing, right? They're driving the children to take more drugs.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're making kids go
Class
to
A drugs.
not allowed to go to the white market bars and saloons until much older now. So they have to find something to stay occupied in the meantime. And they're old enough and wise enough to realize what's going on. They need something to occupy their time. Plus, that stuff can be more exciting during those defiant years, too. And so they've really worked that out quite well, the way they've kind of twisted things. But, you know, in Europe, it's really a lot different. They really don't enforce the law enforcement for alcohol as much for the age of drinking because they pretty much allow people to drink at a much younger age over there. They don't really have as much of an issue. But over here, since they do that, it really does drive people more towards black market drugs in their younger years. And it gets them also more excited to be able to drink too much when they are allowed to later. The anticipation gets them into a craze.
I wonder, I mean, you can't always rely on statistics, but I wonder what percentage of 12-year-olds in USA have used Class A drugs. You don't call them Class A, do you call them Schedule 1?
Yeah, Schedule 1. I would call them Class A. Like a Class D.
So here's what they're getting, right?
Yeah.
They're talking about 12 to 17% report using drugs within the last month.
Yeah, that sounds
They would say that in American, 16.7% of children 12 years old have used Class A drugs.
Yeah, I won't name any names, but one of my siblings was using like hard drugs in middle school. And that was like in a nice, like suburban, like high class community. I grew up in the
We weren't using Class A drugs at age 12. We were using cannabis
yeah, me
and
too.
alcohol.
Yeah.
Class A came a little bit later. But now you see the stats there. Class A is creeping in, man.
Yeah,
Big
because
time.
she came much later. You know, she's 10 years younger than me, just about, or pretty close to it. So, and it's kind of like a later generation. Things changed, and just in that much time, her and her peers were already doing hard drugs in middle school, which I went all the way through pretty much high school, at least halfway through high school, without trying anything besides cannabis and alcohol.
Yeah. I first smoked cannabis when I was 12.
Yeah.
And drank alcohol when I was 12. That was it. And it was like years until I thought about anything harder. But I actually found out about psychedelics and Class A's, and I decided, no, I'm not going to use it. Because I'd been smoking cannabis and alcohol since I was young, I was like, I'm going to wait until I'm 18 before I start using psychedelics. Because I read up on it and I studied it, and I was like, yeah, that looks like something I'm definitely going to enjoy. But I'm going to wait until I'm 18. My 18th birthday was my first drop. I waited like 5 years to take it. Because I started listening to the Beatles when I was 12. I discovered cannabis, started listening to the Beatles. It came like one in one. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, you smoke weed, you come home, you listen to your mom's Beatles, you go, you know what? These guys make sense. And then I was like, well, what else are these guys doing? And then I was also studying the occult, and I realized, entheogens. That got me really intrigued, but I waited. My point is, like, these days it's not like that. These days it's in my school, in young days, to be smoking cannabis at age 12 was a big deal. Now it's not. You should see how many of the children I see smoking cannabis when I walk with my son up the mountain. So many young kids, 12,
like
13.
Or rural or suburban kind of sub communities?
I'm Cape Town. I'm Simonstown. I'm on the outskirts of a city.
Yeah. So is it suburban?
Yeah, it's technically suburban, but it's on the edge of rural suburban, but it's not really rural because we've got like nature reserve here. But we've put it this way, when it comes to post arriving to my house, it doesn't make any difference to where I am or if I'm in the CBD to when my post arrives at my house, because I'm counted as being within Cape Town district. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm not in an outlying district. I'm in the central city district. So, but Cape Town isn't like other places. Cape Town is like a very chilled out place compared to, we don't have huge, big skyscrapers. It's a very spread out kind of a city. So it's very spread out. It's very decentralized. It gives it the town feeling everywhere, but it's a cosmopolitan city.
Interesting.
Yeah, Cape Town's unique. It's also got to do with the topography of the mountain and the way it's had to grow around the mountain. So that's how that works. The actual CBD itself is quite small, but then there's decentralized CBD points. There's Belleville. There's a few decentralized little CBD points within Cape Town, which makes it quite nice. You don't go into the concrete jungle and get stuck out there, And if you're in the center of the CBD, if you walk for 10 minutes, you're on the mountain. Yeah? Or if you walk for 10 minutes, you're by the sea. So you can see how that's like, keeps it real a little bit. Like, you're never far away from nature. Even in the middle of the CBD, you're right close to nature. So you don't ever feel like that constriction feeling you get in the city?
Yeah.
Of like, London, oh my gosh. You never get that feeling in Cape Town. Even if you go into the CBD, you don't get that feeling. because the mountain's right over there, and you know the sea's right over there. You're like, I'm between the sea and the mountain. It's cool. If I need to get out of here, I can go to the mountain or the sea. It's just a quick little 10 minutes either way by walking. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. Burlington, Vermont's a lot like that. They got the Great Lakes right there and then the big mountains all around. That's a nice city. I like that city.
Well, we've hit the 4-hour mark. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation. Neil, enjoy your evening meditation. Turjoka, Howard, Om Namah Shivaya, Outtuition. Big love, big blessings. Neil, Vincent, all of you guys, sending you all big love, big blessings. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take it easy, keep smiling, and keep the positive juices making electrical currents within your consciousness and your body that produce the high fly vibrational fields that can bring joy, peace, and harmony, growth, and spiritual expansion, and take you into a place of inner dimension, which is the pure expression of the spiritual kingdom within. Big love, big blessings. Take it easy.
Blessed be.
Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.